frozen reaches of Icewind Dale, in the shadow of the spine of the world, lie the 10 Towns. A safe haven for the outcast and downtrodden, but at a cost. Life in the 10 Towns is harsh. The wind is cruel and cold as some of the people who call this place home. It's been at least 2 years since the frostmaiden stole the sun and the last bit of warmth from this place. You can still find kind faces and warm cider, but I fear they're getting more few and far between as the months go on. We've never heard back from the people who try to leave, braving the mountain pass to escape the rime. Not that I would be in much of a letter-writing mood if I chose to run either. Hunger and isolation does things to weak minds. I've heard neighborhood boys talking of whispers coming from the mountains before slipping out into a storm and never returning. There's certainly more to this place than mead and cold, but I doubt those simpletons could grasp it. Perhaps they got caught up in those crazed sacrifices that have obviously yielded no results. At the end of the day, whether you're a thief, sellsword, noble knight, or a runaway, we're all equal in the north. Cold bites us all just the same. It's been many years since the companions of the Hall began their legacy in the 10 Towns of Icewind Dale. Many adventurers still find themselves pulled to test their mettle against the harsh winter landscape that the North offers. Every story has a beginning, and this is ours. Let us hope that these would-be heroes find unity more beneficial than isolation and secrecy. Let us hope that we all manage to survive the Icewind Dale Rime of the Frostmaiden.
Hello, and welcome to today's episode of Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. We're still getting everybody situated currently, but while we do our initial sound check here, maybe. Hello, welcome everyone.
Welcome to
My,
Icewind Dale. This is what episode
this is episode 3,
episode 3.
the Crag Cat Conundrum, as you call it. We've got our map working, which is radical.
Just went through an avalanche. This is also a mic test, but it could be the Crag Cat Climate Conundrum.
True, very, very true.
I like the idea of just like,
Or it could be the Crag Cat Cuddle Puddle.
I like the idea
Yeah,
of just like
sounded
having a title for the episode like beforehand, but like it could be something like Dark Wizard Tower.
I
And
am
you're like, what do you mean Dark Wizard Tower?
titling all of the episodes. However, I've decided not to pre-title them as often as possible. When there's something obvious, I can get some pre-titling in, but yeah. Does anyone want to recap where we left off last time?
Avalanche.
An avalanche encounter?
I think some stuff happened before that too.
I took some brain damage during the avalanche.
Oh yeah,
across-
fair.
Journeyed across Icewind Dale and started trekking up the mountain to rescue a lovely fellow.
Well, we re-met back up.
The name of
Garrett? Garrett? Isn't it
It's
Garrett?
Garrett.
I don't have my notes up yet. My computer is loading, but
We had reconvened the party after the events of episode 1 in a certain town, a town that starts with a T.
Targos.
Yeah,
Targos.
We started in
And,
Targos.
oh no, we started in Targos. Then we met up in where?
You guys, well, you started in Bremen,
Yeah, okay.
and then you
Yeah,
met up
right.
in Targos, where you received the quest to, you met Boy, the very large sled dog, who led you to, what is the name of the individual? Keegan. Keegan's house, who's a scrimshaw, who you had previously already met. You had met with Keegan again, and Keegan explained to you that Garrett, his husband, had went on a trip with a group of adventurers up to the summit of Kelvin's Cairn. And in the process, they haven't shown back up, and obviously Boy showing up, who was one of the sled dogs he took with him, it's kind of a big deal. It kind of had some negative implications. You guys started making your way up the mountain after traveling through a couple towns with very brief stops in a couple of the other towns along the way. Started making your way up the mountain, encountered some mountain goats and an avalanche, and then just now finally found the very injured, very exhausted Garrett, who had fallen and had recanted a tale of being chased by a Yeti, and he tried to run the Yeti off to distract him, and which led him to his current predicament, and led you guys to your current predicament of being ambushed by some crag cats. And we're just about to roll the initiative.
My recap has been stolen.
Look at Garrett and say, on some levels, in fact, many levels, this is your fault.
Okay. So,
I believe I have this written down correct. Yes, I am missing 1 HP after our recovery session.
yes, had a bit of a rough time with the avalanche.
You know, I was gonna say something along the lines of like, it's not like you brought like a hunk of steak meat or something and attracted these crag cats. And then I remember that he's like bloody and almost dead on the floor. And I was like, well, okay.
Can confirm he is the hunk of meat attracting crag cats.
My bad. I tried to stick up for you, Garrett.
Referred to in Northlander lore as the Hunter of Men. Okay. I need my book.
Oh,
okay.
hey, we get an inspirational quote.
Oh yeah, I
Oh.
can get one of those. Here we go.
Or even the one that you spoke to us about.
I think I'll do this one. One of the things that I got in the process of getting Icewind Dale is these lovely cards that are all quotes from Drizzt, and I am a kind of Drizzt fanboy in my own way. But they all are very like insightful little things of a person living in the world talking about the world, which I thought was very cool. For this one, the settlers of Icewind Dale have many superstitions. One such belief is that the howl of a Yeti echoes with the voices of those who have perished at nature's behest, through avalanche, blizzard, or Stygian cold. The Yeti's wails unlock a primal fear within the hearts of those who hear them, but such howling is simply call to the pack that warm prey is and huddles nearby, and the hunt is on. It carries not the voices of the dead, but foretells the death of those who tremble at its sound. Sometimes something inside us knows this, and so we fear. Long before the people of 10 towns accept me, I roamed the tundra, keeping these monsters from their doors. I am no stranger to turning my own primal instincts. I hunt hunters. My blades have painted many a mountainside red with Yeti blood. Quote from Drizzt Do'Urden,
Now it's
a
time for
legendary
us to
hero of Icewind Dale.
be shown up by him and lose to these crag cats, where he's like, I kill Yetis on the daily.
I mean, listen, he can one-shot dragons, so it's not a super fair.
Actually,
Yeah, but it's also in like 2E. Could you pass me one of those mechanical pencils, please? Thank you. So, give me some initiative rolls, y'all.
Ben.
Den? For art?
You know what is going to be relevant to this? Having my initiative up. Also, Latin call to act, jump to action, just like turns to the crag cats and whips out his axe and goes right to action with his initiative of 16.
16? Not bad.
I got
Rocking that
11.
sleeve.
11. What are you? Madam Neela? Getting names down. And for mine, I have a 16 and a 17. Latin, what is your dexterity modifier?
0.
Crag Cat got you beat on that one.
Oh, they don't have negative dexterity? Dang.
Let's see. Okay, so as you guys whip around, realizing that these ridiculously stealthy by most means, but fumbled it towards the very end, managed to sneak up to you completely unheard in the snow up until Latin had noticed one of them crunching the snow. These cats are large white cats. They're more thickly maned than like your general like tiger, but it's not like a big bushy lion mane. They're kind of like mink coats almost. The crag cat, I have one in a picture right here.
Fluffy.
Yeah, Fluffy Floofstar.
That's
Crag cat.
just a white saber-tooth tiger
No saber teeth,
with no saber teeth.
notably.
There's a white-toothed tiger.
They brush really well.
That's the boss often. Okay, so right at the top here, let's get this started. I'm going to, because we're operating on the far side, because I have another map hidden down here, I'm going to ask for some assistance from my lovely assistants.
Got you.
One of the crag cats is running up to Latin. The other one is running up to you, sir.
You're gonna ask me to help you and then immediately punish me? That's rough.
Let's see. What do these guys even do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Both of these are going to be pouncing on both of you. I'm going to start with Latin. This first attack is a 16 to hit.
Ooh, that's a hit.
It is a hit. You take, my good sir, 7 points of damage.
Savant.
You need to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, I'm pretty decent at those.
How do you spell pounce?
Pounce.
And a strength saving throw.
Yes, sir.
How about a 12?
A 12 is not enough. You get knocked prone by this large cat. These are, in fact, large-sized creatures. For worth noting. But you get knocked down by this large cat as it goes in to make a bite attack on you now that you are prone. Rolling much worse. That is a 5 and an 8 means that both of those are misses. It's a 12, or a 13, so I can get my math brain started.
Okay, that's a miss.
Okay, for you, Art. The other one is coming at you.
Please no.
A 13.
Yes.
Nice. You manage to dodge out of the way as this large cat bounds into the snow next to you, kicking up a
Arch
good
just,
amount of snow onto...
Turns around in time to see Latin go down. He just sees the other one like materialize from the snow in front of him. He's screeching, he's reaching for his sword and like dodging at the same time.
All right. Who's up next? It is Latin.
That's me.
That's you.
Up.
I
You said
will.
Latin most recently, so I...
I will use my bonus action to rage.
Nice.
He yells into the snow. The force of his lungs puffs
And
up
I'll
snow.
come up swinging.
Okay.
I'll stand up
Hands up.
and on my way up, swing recklessly into the chest of this
Swinging recklessly. Go for it.
the crag cat. I used 2 dice for that. 2 very differently sized dice. All right, so that's some good rolls. Let's see. My bonus to hit is 5. So that'll be an 11.
An 11 is a miss, unfortunately, as the cat nimbly dodges out of the way. Surprisingly quick for their size.
Yeah, my advantage attack there wasn't going quite enough to get me
I did
over.
the same thing. Neela, you are up. You just saw your large barbarian friend get pinned by an even larger white cat.
You're the more frail-looking one.
I would
Yes.
say that.
Yes. I don't think there's too much debate on that one.
Throw out a big
Maybe in a
yap.
couple levels.
For some reason my character sheet hasn't pulled up correctly.
I can stall. To put it comparatively, judging size differences. If he was like a normal-looking person, I'm the sickly, frail kid bound to a wheelchair. That is the different level.
You just slide that scale up a little bit, and then we're there.
Yeah. So if you get me to normal, I'm a functioning human being. He's beefcake. I don't use this folder often.
So I pull it up, but it doesn't have my
Are you logged into D&D Beyond?
D&D Beyond.
Full screen as well, in case it's like...
It does do that contextually.
full screen your D&D Beyond. I was like, I'm logged in. Yeah, so since you are frail, sickly kid in a wheelchair...
I'm not that.
That's pretty rough. I don't know.
How you got through that avalanche in a wheelchair? I'm not sure.
Up in between both of you, I guess.
Okay.
And then I'm going to lance at the one in front of Art.
Okay. Just for reference here, your lance is at disadvantage when you're attacking something that's right next to you.
Oh.
Yeah, you have a 10-foot reach.
So can I attack it from...
You could attack both of them from here.
Okay, then I totally do that. Thank you.
The lance has a unique mechanic because it's one of the more unique
reach.
style reach weapons. When you're attacking something that's next to you, you have disadvantage, but that can be potentially addressed as you guys maybe make friends with blacksmiths and magic people.
I'm here for it. I'll lance it from here.
Okay.
So 14?
A 14 is a hit.
Yes, we found its AC, you guys.
Somewhere between 12 and 14.
That's pretty good, actually.
No, we are. 13 is a miss.
Oh, a 13 was a miss?
No, 13 didn't miss.
13. Oh. I rolled a 12. I got a 12.
You got a 12.
Oh.
You got a 14. Yeah,
All right.
I will find it.
I think it's probably 13. Probably 13.
And then
Natural
the
armor.
damage, which is a D12 plus 3. 13.
13 points of damage. That is a solid hit.
Bonk.
So Mila comes running up and is like, I'm going to attack it. And then she's like, never mind.
You check it, make sure it's okay.
The creature? Yes, the creature is okay.
Okay. And then I'm going to second wind. Right?
That's the Healy one.
That is the
Wait,
Healy one.
No, second
Action
wind.
surge.
Action surge.
Okay.
Action charge. Get another action.
So you kind of refocus some of your energy and activate some of those burst muscles to get another large jab in over the shoulder of your barbarian friend.
It's 14.
14's a hit.
And then 3 plus 6 damage.
6 damage. It's still not bad. That's pretty dang good, honestly. Cragcat definitely did not like that. Art, you are up.
Good turn. First, I'll finally manage to undo the latch on the sword and get the Xion out. And then, with the very few short amount of time that he's really had to get his combat style studied under Mila on the day that they've been traveling together now, in combination with the book that he had just started reading, is a form of blade song. And so he becomes more lithe and limber than usual.
What does this blade song look like in particular?
It's very much hidden by the snow currently because it looks like description.
Fair.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Looks like description.
Hard to see through all that bulky winter gear.
Yeah. So, but mostly it's going to represent through kind of some of the templistic fighting styles that they do over there where the Xion came from. Yeah. So mostly right now there's more AC for me, and eventually concentration when I care about that.
And that's a bonus action?
That is a bonus action. I also get the additional 10 move speed to run super fast.
Run away as
Yeah.
fast as you can.
But with that, I'm also going to make an attack
Okay.
against the cat in front of me. That'll be a 16.
16 is a hit.
And that would be almost max full. 8
Damage.
Ah.
Not too shabby, y'all. At the bottom of the initiative order, the avalanche starts.
Oh no!
Hi guys, it's coming for me. I must go.
Boy
Yeah, wait,
and
aren't you almost dead?
Garrett are.
Oh.
You guys rested.
Oh yeah.
Didn't long rest, but you short rested enough. Garrett and Boy are back there. You can go ahead and move Garrett one space kind of closer to the wall as Garrett kind of tries to use Boy to prop himself up, but doesn't have the strength and falls down to the ground. Boy is in a protective stance standing over Garrett currently, ready to defend his master at any cost. What do we got going on in here?
Some cats.
Some cats.
Fighting some cats.
Fighting some cats. So the one that's on you, sir, is going to attack you with a bite attack.
Yeah, I raise up my shield, but I have recently recklessly attacked.
16.
That's a hit.
That was probably gonna be a miss.
Well, I only have 15 AC.
Oh, you gotta love seeing that number. 4 damage from the bite attack.
I'm assuming everything is pre-mitigation, right?
Everything is pre-mitigation.
I will do that.
I appreciate that very much.
I've taken my 2 damage.
The other crag cat, that's the end of this crag cat's turn. It launched a bite attack at you, sunk its fangs in slightly into part of your forearm, but mostly got clothing. The other one here is actually going to leave and then turn around and charge back in at you. So you can take an attack of opportunity if you wish.
I do not.
Okay. It comes back in and charges back at you, trying to get another pounce off because it was feeling bad that it missed the first one. That is a 16 to hit.
That is a miss.
It's a miss, all right.
I'm at 19 AC right now.
19
I reserve my reaction for shielding.
Alrighty.
He is a resource that I am not
AC
abundant.
is a resource.
He is a resource.
In the form of the shield spell.
Latin, you're up.
All right.
This one that's next to you is looking in very worse for wears currently. It seems to be in pure survival mode currently.
No, the one that's in front of me, right?
Yeah, I haven't hit this one yet.
Oh, it was the one in front of Art that she hit.
Yeah.
I had missed that. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Yes, that one is looking very worse for wear.
All right, as this thing's kind of got its like jaws on my forearm kind of thing biting into me, I'm going to use my bonus action to shift as well and get some of that like more animalistic features in the face and the snout kind of like snarl and the teeth thing that like looks very reminiscent of this crag cat in front of me. And I'm going to swing my axe at it recklessly.
Good. Reckless attack.
21.
21 is a hit.
And I'm going to hit it for not a d20 of damage. That would be insane.
Not if you roll a 1.
9 damage.
9 points of damage?
Yeah.
And you're attacking the one over here?
The one that's fighting me. Yeah.
9 damage on that boy. All right.
Got my grip on my arm.
Grip. Neela, you're up.
Same thing. I'm going to lance at the one in front of Art.
Okay. As you kind of recover from the burst of energy, being slightly less effective this time, but
It's a 15 to hit.
15 is a hit. No less effective in the ability to hit.
Dang, these rolls.
11.
D12 reach is intense. 11 points of
You're
damage.
like our ranged user. You're guns very
Ranged archer. Okay. As you stab your lance into this crag cat, do you take any special actions to finish it off, or intentionally leave it alive, or anything of that sort? How would you want to do this?
Honestly, I want to. This is gruesome. I want to get as far lanced in as I can. Like as high up on the actual
Okay.
as I can.
Yeah, you find an opening as it's charging back in, trying to attack your wizard friend, right over where its neck meets its huge shoulder, and kind of goes in, and you feel the lack of resistance of a couple internal organs as your lance zoops in even further, and the crag cat goes limp, still a good chunk of its weight still being held up by your lance as you pull that out. Art, you're up.
Thank you, Neela. As I step over and around, give a small hop over this giant paw, and I go moving around here, and I guess I'll just keep going. No pouncy directioning for you, as I attempt to. I will pull a dagger with my offhand, and then I will make 2 attacks.
Okay.
The first one is an 8. The second one is a 10.
Clarify for me. I think that you might not be able to do that while bladesing. Do you only have? Isn't there like a restriction on only having one weapon? That might have changed at some point, or I might be missing.
That might have changed. Let me go. I'll read it, but they were both misses anyways.
Okay. That's you. Swing out at it and miss. Boy and Garrett are still doing their thing. And this, did you swing recklessly last turn?
I did, but now that I'm shifted, creatures cannot have advantage against me anymore.
Oh,
My
that's pretty neat.
combo comes into play.
Combo comes into play as this crag cat tries to take another bite out at you, because it's had a decent amount of success so far. That is a 13 plus 5, so 18.
It's hit me anyway.
Hey, listen, sometimes having or not having advantage is mostly just a mental thing.
It is. It's definitely mental.
Don't worry though, because these guys can't. This guy just cannot get past your fur cloak. It's a little bit concerned looking from the largeness of your frame now that you've shifted. You take another 4
All right.
damage.
Reduced to 2, and I have 5 temporary HP, so I'm at 3 temporary HP.
Mm-hmm. And this crag cat is turning tail and running. It's going to take off down past you, Art, off this direction, 40 feet.
So that was 4 damage reduced to 2, and then...
And then I have temporary HP from shifting.
5, 10, 15, 20. I make an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
May I make one as well?
So the rule is I can't wear medium or heavy armor or use a shield, and it will end if I use 2 hands to make an attack with a weapon.
Okay.
Can't use a big weapon.
Can't use a big weapon. Use a tiny weapon.
Ooh, big hit. Almost a critical.
Okay, that should hit.
Yeah, some big number. 24.
24, there we go. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, I will balance you out with 24.
Nice. I will do another 8 damage.
8 damage, alright. And you, Art?
I will do 9 damage. I top roll this d6. Let's go.
I rolled close to minimum.
Alright. You
Listen,
guys make your swings out at it, and now it is Latin's turn.
Is it bleeding at all? Is it like leaving a trail behind it?
Yeah, it's definitely bloodied. It's definitely leaving some amount of trail.
9.
You know, so we thought about some things and we didn't think about other things. I know what I'll do. I'll just full run after it.
Okay.
So Aladdin kind of like, while he's shifted and raged, he kind of like hunches over and just like full, like recklessly sprints straight forwards after this crag cat, because who wants a crag cat hanging around in the area to hunt us down later while we sleep?
Fair.
And I'll get up next to it, but that will be both of my actions, which will therefore drop my rage.
Okay.
Did not.
A nice calming run through the cold. So that happens. Next up is Neela.
I did attack on my turn because I used my reaction to attack on the
Is
realm.
that how that works?
Wait, no.
That was not on your
No,
turn.
that was not on my turn.
Yeah.
That was
Neela, you are up.
So,
Oh, wait. Neela could have made an attack of opportunity there, too. But...
Oh, yeah, you could have.
I could have, but I didn't.
Okay.
I chose not to.
Okay.
Question.
Answer.
If I run up... I'm not going to be in reach, right? I have to dash.
You would have to dash, yeah. That's 14 moves.
And my breath weapon is 15 feet.
Ooh.
You can reach Latin with the tip of your breath weapon.
but not the cat.
Not the cat.
You could light me up.
Just do it.
Feel about...
Oh, no, your rage does not end.
I don't think that I can... If I dash up and I can't do anything,
Yeah, but what if it tries to get away? Then you can make your attack of opportunity.
yeah.
Or if you had a bonus action, you could use that.
I don't believe I do. I'm gonna sprint up as far as I can.
Do you want to get 5 feet from it or 10 feet from it?
5 feet.
The wording is if you haven't attacked or taken damage or attacked a hostile creature since your last turn. So your reaction counts.
Yeah.
So if you didn't take that reaction hit, then you would have dropped rage. But in this case, you did not drop rage.
Okay. A little bit confusing wording, but I'll try. And...
I think they've updated the wording at some point, which is actually nice.
My turn?
Yes.
I have more move speed than this cat.
Cat.
You are.
On cat.
I get behind it.
Okay.
And I swing out with sword and dagger.
That's terrifying.
Zoomies.
That's a miss, and that one's a 19.
19 is a hit.
Why don't you roll to miss first?
8. He will take 6 damage.
6 points.
No,
of
he will
damage.
take 3 damage.
3 points of damage.
Don't add my attack modifier.
That brings him to that number. Is still kicking. We're gonna see here.
Turns out the first one that Neela, lanced is just plain dead and is now feeding on
Funny thing about crag cats.
So you roll twice.
Yeah.
Because of what?
I used my move action, and I can just reach it. I am faster than it, and I was also starting behind it. And then 2, I have an attack action with my main weapon, and then for my bonus action, I can make an offhand attack with the dagger I have drawn.
That's because the blade sing and stuff?
Nope,
Just because he's holding a weapon in each hand.
2-weapon fighting. If you make an attack with your main action, using an attack action specifically, then you can use your offhand attack with a bonus action without getting to add your attack modifier to it. Or gets damage modifier.
So you have 40 move speed right
I
now,
have
right?
45 move speed. I start at 35. When I blade song, I'm at 45, and if I shift, I get another 5, so I can reach a max of 50.
Okay.
If I had
Why
2
do you have the 35? Is that a shifter thing?
Yeah, that is because I'm a swift stride shifter. They get an additional 5 move speed.
You picked the speedy cat.
I'm the speedy boy
I picked
this time.
Look around and don't get hit, cat.
Oh, yeah.
Why is it?
You can move up to 10 feet as a reaction when a creature ends its turn within 5 feet of you.
I haven't done that
Reactive
yet.
move doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. I don't see the flat 5 move speed. When you're shifted, your move speed increases by 10, but I don't see the flat 5 here.
They do break up the shifter stats into 2 sections. The section for the split like breathe and the section at the top. But I don't know if it's
Most priority hits, yeah. 4 temp HP and additional benefits. Then the shifting feature is the swift stride reaction plus the whatchamacallit.
Yeah, swift stride. Your walking speed increases by 5 feet. Shifting feature. While shifted, your walking speed increases by an additional 5 feet.
That's strange. I don't know why that's not in D&D Beyond.
There was a few things missing actually from D&D Beyond. I didn't notice it with the shifter thing, but I've noticed multiple things missing.
Interesting. We will have to reconvene to check on some of that. But anyway, yes, you catch up, you swing at it. This crag cat is still going to be running. Let me see here. Yeah, I think that it's just full sprinting off in the same direction. Or actually, because you guys are kind of on a... This direction is kind of down the mountain, and this direction is further up the mountain.
Uh-huh.
It's going to attempt to climb further up the mountain. So it will be dashing and not disengaging, so you can all make your opportunity attacks if you wish.
Okay. I do so.
18.
18's a hit.
7.
That's a miss. Difference?
19.
19's a hit.
Plus whatever.
Damage? 8. That is almost enough. Tibbers, what do you got for damage?
12.
Oh my god.
Well, 15
Wow.
points of damage is definitely going to be enough as you score the final hit on another crag cat.
This is huge. The concept of the Dragonator from
Or same.
That honestly, this one with 15 points of damage goes a little further if you're looking for that.
I'm gonna.
This time, because it's
markers on
turned
them.
away from you and it's running away, you find a spot right in the kidney ribcage section, and it goes basically the exact opposite path and goes out through part of the neck up top.
I feel like a little bit of resistance in my short sword as it collides with a lance that rejects it. Oh. Oh no.
Okay. The crag cats have been defeated.
That sounds like... It sounds like the local gang. We defeated the crag cats in the last tumble down at the beachfront.
We're the tunnel snakes. We rule.
Yeah, exactly. The tunnel snakes, the crag cats.
Yeah, so you guys are here.
The sharks.
Dog is still keeping a wary eye out as Garrett kind of struggles to pull himself up, finding a little bit more strength now that the immediate danger is gone.
Aladdin comes down from his angry.
Come down from your angry. Okay.
He's still kind of got that shifted look to him for a minute though. I think so. Well, now we are.
Do we need to take this body? Can we what do you call it? Fencing?
We should use it to warm up our friend.
I agree, but then,
I reach down to the body of the crag cat and try to drag it back towards
I'll help
the
you.
other one.
Yeah. They are very large, but between the two of you especially, you guys can drag them back.
As we waddle with it, I'm like, it's not so bad for two people.
We have stuff to make a fire.
I know,
right?
You guys froze.
We are frozen.
Frozen like the land we live in.
I'm stuck in an avalanche again.
Let's see here. That should definitely not have happened.
Oh, I can do.
Yeah, I can actually see now. I have glasses.
Oh yeah! Congrats.
There we go.
Hey, we're back.
Easy fix. When there's not 4, it's pretty simple.
Okay.
So yeah, you start dragging back the bodies. You do have the ability to create a campfire. The tools that you have are pretty standard, like flint and tinder stuff, but the what's the term? Your ability to make fire is a pretty consistent thing for sure.
Okay.
Some days it's a little more of a struggle than others, but
I think we'll up by the rock face up here, where
Mm-hmm.
we'll set up a campfire and also get our friend warmed up next to it and one of the dead beasts, and maybe start working on getting them some food or something.
Mm-hmm. He seems he seems understanding of you guys kind of pulling the beast over, but definitely is a little bit put off by the corpse's presence. Dog doesn't leave his side, and doesn't leave his side, and he doesn't take his grip off of them. As you guys kind of spend a little bit of time warming up by the fire, as he kind of gets some more energy back, we have to find the others. I have to keep moving up the mountain.
These pelts worth anything?
Crag cats? Assuredly, yes. They have I mean, it fades rather quickly after they die, but they have some anti-magic properties that catch occasional people off guard. But
Good thing your wizard friend didn't use magic.
I mean, it's a feat, if nothing else. I'm sure you can find someone who would pay for the removal of such beasts.
Yeah, it's good at chopping these things up.
We don't have time.
Oh,
We should go look for the others.
Yeah, we could bury them in a
Let's
crypt.
split you up.
We got ambushed by a Yeti, a huge one, but I ran off to try to distract him.
Yeah, but so the Yeti chased you, and not the others.
I did my best. It chased me momentarily, bought them enough time to hopefully get away. But they're still up there somewhere. This is basically the only path up and down at the moment, so they haven't crossed by me.
Does that put you in your condition, or did you just take and tumble spill down the mountainside?
He kind of gestures to his shoulder that has a decent kind of bloodiness to it. I took one hit from it, but I mostly fell down the mountain due to my injury.
Anything broken?
My arm's not looking too good, but I think you would actually already patched up his arm slightly.
All right, yeah, we had this conversation, I guess.
Um,
I was like, I remember squinting something. It's probably this guy's arm.
the fire. We can use it as a meeting place. If we find the others and need to send them down, we should go look for them.
I'm not trying to say I want to make a nature check. I'm trying to formulate the words that get me there. But I want to know, is there any reasonable expectation for me to have knowledge of the area and its inhabitants, and do crag cats usually travel more than packs of 2? Is there danger for leaving this fire open? For attracting predators? Usually it's the opposite, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe
I'll say, give me a nature check. It's gonna be a pretty hard one because cragcats are very, very locally isolated. You don't really see them outside of the dales.
Okay. It's more an intuitive guess than anything backed in reality. He says with an 11.
An 11, you're not sure. The fact that this guy mentioned that they have like anti-magic properties, and now that you're here with the corpse, it's definitely it's a faint and rapidly fading kind of taste about it, but you do kind of feel a little bit of that, especially when you were moving around it in your blade song with kind of magic just pouring off of you. You did notice that kind of the flow of things just moved around the cat.
Okay.
So you're kind of unsure on its actual nature.
Well, I'm fine now. As long as there's not avalanches, I seem to be doing right okay.
Latin looks pretty beat up, but he says, I'm fine.
You got the wrong HP bar. Like, 13 out of 14.
13 out of 14. What about yourself? Where are you feeling?
Latin says that he's fine, but his HP is 16 out of 25, with 3 temporary HP, which was it clear on a quick brief read over if that 8 temporary HP goes away, but normally temporary HP doesn't go away unless it's tied to...
It lasts until the next short rest. Or you replace it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm feeling...
It's a little bit of weird wording in
totally
the chapter stuff that maybe go, this might go away, but I don't think it does.
So, yeah, I'm at about 6 out of 16. Also, if I had to gauge it, about 1 level of exhaustion.
The crag cat says, I'm at 0 at 35.
Listen, there's got to be an RP way that we can figure this out. Or else Erie will have to ask and it'll be weird.
I think for the sake of like you kind of keeping track of where people are at certain points, yeah, you can always just ask out a character.
Yeah, I'd definitely would. Let's go with your martial training and knowledge lets you get a good glance at your friends who you've been fighting with for a while to be able to judge about how well beaten they are, because conversationally you might not even necessarily get much out of them about what their current HP status. Does that sound reasonable?
So Neela will always ask after a fight.
No.
RP
How is
wise.
everyone feeling?
Yeah,
but
where
that's-
it's like Erie, for note-taking purposes, also needs to know. So maybe we just get in the habit of after, say, like...
Neela asks in character, everyone responds out of character. To an extent.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to respond in character, that's fine with you, but if you don't, like, saying you're fine, then telling me what it is outside would be perfect, too.
Okay. Let's see.
Anybody hear that crag cat? Daddy in her sleep.
I can lead us up the mountain further. I do know this area fairly well. Not sure exactly where they are, but I know they're further ahead on the path. The Mohingo was very determined, very strong, but wasn't strong enough for the Yeti at the time. They were determined to find Oya Maratok, who's kind of local legend. The others were loyal companions. I'm sure they pushed on the journey. He kind of gets up and starts collecting his climbing equipment again, and like replacing some of the pittons in the cliff that's next to you.
Latin is very concerned by the look on his face and trying to figure out how to conversationally manage the situation. You should stay here.
Absolutely not.
We
These people were my responsibility. I can't leave them up there.
need someone to send the wounded down to.
can't risk sending another random group off to their death. You all seem formidable, but if I don't finish things here up, if I never know, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself.
Just promise you won't do any of the fighting.
Don't think I would be of much use anyway. I have to
stay away from things that, if they get close enough to you, can leave your shoulder in that repair. Fine as your business.
If he wants to fight, why not let him?
Because sometimes that makes them a liability. The goal is for everybody to survive.
He assumes he's a walking dead man.
No, he's not a walking dead man. He's a walking living man. You can hear him. He's breathing.
You can still put
Well,
up a
then
fight
let
to some
him
extent.
live.
I agree. He should be able to live.
Say, if you can fire an arrow, or can shove a dagger in someone's heart,
And
I'll take you with me.
he has a longbow that's strapped to his pack. I can hold my own, and with Boy here, I think things will be okay. You need not worry about me.
I read a book once called Glory Dwarving. I think you're its definition. And you're gonna get people killed someday.
I'd rather die fighting. And I think that if you don't fight and if you don't try, then you'll never grow.
Not everybody shares the same viewpoint.
I
It's okay if
agree.
you do.
Then we'll start to head up the mountain.
Yes. Over the next period of time, you guys are repeating the perilous climb that this man had previously failed to do. Everyone, this is over the course of a period of time, depending on how everyone rolls here. Everyone is going to be making athletics checks, and a series of them as we kind of climb up. The pathway here is getting much more zigzaggy, much more rough, involving a lot more like actual physical climbing and use of your climbing kits and stuff like that.
Outside of the use of the ability of acrobatics in nature to maybe maintain footing, I will be heavily reliant on my party to help me get through the physical exertion parts. I'm definitely not made for scaling. The climbing gear probably helped, but it's only by just an assistance modifier.
Okay. The first check. Where are we at?
But athletics,
Yes.
16.
Is there any modifiers to add with the climbing gear? Is that just built into this?
The climbing gear is built in. The climbing gear is allowing you to make this climb.
Fair enough.
17.
I'll tie myself to a rope and strap myself to my good friend Latin, as I have a 0.
A 0.
It's you tied up in a completely wound in rope, right? As you're just being hoisted up.
I've considered multiple schematics in the drawings here, and I've decided either between A, the backpack to Latin, or B...
How much was yours? Yours was a 17 and yours was a 16,
No.
right?
16, 17.
Oh, D&D dice, let me fully roll into my weaknesses. That was a natural 1, by the way, so I don't know if that adds to the modifier.
That will indeed add to the modifier by a little bit.
A 0 wasn't enough.
0 was indeed slightly off. So we're going to be... This is actually a... Okay. You guys managed to make it through on this first part of the trek here. Just barely succeeding your group check. In large part, actually, surprisingly, thanks to Boy, who at 2 separate occasions has caught Garrett kind of starting to lose some consciousness as he was attempting to climb, and it kind of like butted into him and woke him back up, and straight up caught Art as Art was about to go tumbling down a particular cliff's face and catches him by the sleeve with his natural 20.
I walk up to Latin and I tug on some of his furs. I'm like, I don't trust myself. I feel like I'm going to end up down there before too much longer. If you just keep an eye out on me, I notice how observant you are. Just stop me from... Yeet.
Do you want me to carry you?
I mean, these are kind of perilous. I don't know that carrying is the best solution. I can try and maintain my footing with the spikes, but anything that's like narrow or...
Would you like to tie a rope around us?
Yeah, in case I go falling down a mountain, I think that would be a smart idea.
A child leash on you.
That's not what that is at all.
That's exactly.
No,
I
that's a
used to do this with my boy.
It's a little bit different.
It's really not a big
Yes,
deal.
yes, problem.
Give me another round of athletics checks, please. Since y'all are...
17.
There you go. Don't worry, I got you covered with Garrett getting that -4. You have a... Both boys doing pretty good.
15?
15.
Oh, I see it. I've sapped some of Latin's ability.
You're
just helping.
Another 16.
All right, you guys are good on this one.
Your
Garrett...
17 is not the same as mine.
Garrett,
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I cut a little bit of your athletics ability by relying on you.
You rolled a 15?
Yeah. Garrett got a natural 1, and Wolf got a 16. If you're typing that out. But you guys do manage to pass the group check this time. We're going to be doing one more group check as you guys make your way up another particularly steep section of the mountain. One more time.
17.
You got a 17. That's
You
amazing.
said one more check?
One more group check, yes, sir.
All right, this time I think I'm going full child. I've just got my arms latched around your leg and you're just dragging me through the snow. 12.
12. Okay.
I don't think that will end well with my spiked boots near your face. Just as a clumsy person.
What did you get, Latin?
24.
24. Big carry man.
Well, what did Jaguar do?
23?
23. All right, you guys are good on that one as well. With Neela and Latin really pulling in the severity of not wanting to waste any time getting up the mountain. Pick up some of the slack. Dog, boy getting.
You keep
I'm
changing.
doing my best. I'm doing my.
He was lost 6 seconds ago.
I'm sorry. I love it.
Boy failed, and Garrett failed as well, and the rest of you succeeded. So you made the group check just fine. As you guys are continuing up the mountain, this is probably another hour and a half climb or so getting up here. Up ahead on your left is a 15-foot high, 10-foot wide cave mouth. There's blood on the snow some distance from the cave entrance, clearly leading into the cave.
Well, we know what happened, so let's go back down the mountain.
Garrett speaks up quietly and says, "This is where it happened. This is where the Yeti attached us. It hit me in the shoulder, and the Goliath came out to my defense. I saw Paralo run into the cave, and Asterix fled further up the mountain. The Yeti pursued me for a little bit of time, but I'm sure it might still be in the area, so
And sheathe my weapons.
keep your wits about you."
Laden strides forward carefully in towards the cave, looking around for signs, moving into the cave. Also looking for Luke Skywalker.
Also
Hanging
looking
out
for
the
Luke
ceiling.
Okay.
Yoda blast you. I lean over to you. Have you seen a Yeti? You kind of mentioned you might have had it running before.
I've never seen a Yeti.
Oh. And I look at Derek. It's like, what realm of difficulties do these things exist? Like, you're an adventurous before that presumably lost this engagement.
Cool. How we got a cave drawing.
We did. Is this like our approach? Is this the mouth of the cave?
Yes, that is the mouth of the cave.
I can situate.
The cave has a 20-foot high concave roof. Most of the floor has fallen away. The bits with the that look like grilled steak are the fallen away, just bottomless pits, essentially. All that's left of the floor is a rocky ledge. If we this thing open. There. The Yetis are strong, certainly. They the one that we faced was stronger than any I've ever seen. Yetis will tear adventurers apart, tear travelers apart, but the one we saw was large, abnormally so.
You know, I'm getting a lot of signals from Garrett that this Yeti might not be something that we can actually handle, and that we may be on a rescue mission.
As you guys enter the cave, ice kind of coats the walls and is along the bits and pieces around the floor.
As I enter the cave,
You're entering the cave. What are you doing?
Please don't. Please, we need to ask more questions.
I stepped away from the group earlier to the front entrance of the cave.
Imagine.
Looking around.
Oh, message Latin in his brain like you did me. Yes. Is it magically resistant like the crab cats?
Yetis have their what's the word that the Rangers use? I think it's a monstrosity. They have magic innately in them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but their fur sucks the heat out of it.
How does it attack?
Stage voice.
How does it attack?
Claws, horns, mostly claws.
Do you know how far its reach is? I just don't.
They're large creatures. I don't know too many specifics. I really only took one hit and then had to flee. We should follow your friend. Want them meeting something alone as he moves quickly to catch up to you. Are you guys going to be kind of stealthing through this area, or?
I wanted to get a description of what the inside of the cave looks like first, before I make my decision on what I was going to do next.
Yes.
Which maybe stealthing is
As you guys
on my list.
enter the cave has a 20-foot high concave roof. Most of the floor has fallen away, yielding these large chasms. You do see there's like a wall on this other side. The path forks in two different directions. On your left, because I know my directions, on your left over here is a somewhat, it's probably about a 6-inch thick sheet of ice that just runs over this chasm. It's not solid floor. It is pure ice bridge, basically, over here.
Cool.
And
I get it now. Okay.
you note that the ice looks like it could hold weight fairly easily, but also is a kind of destructible object, just on the virtue of it being a large ice bridge. At first glance. And on the right is more kind of regular cave. It's actually a solid ground here that's surrounded by the chasm bits.
Oh, I take a torch and I light one of my excess torches and I put it at the entrance of the cave.
Okay.
And just plant it in the ground there so it stays lit, just in case we have bad lighting.
Okay. Sounds good.
And I light a secondary torch that I will carry in.
What's on the right side?
On the right side is it's basically just your standard cave path. Both of those areas are to the right and left of it are fallen out, but the right side is just a natural stone bridge.
Okay.
The chasms are each 80 feet deep.
So, Derek said that one of them ran into the cave, right?
Yes. Said that Paralo, who is Paralo Fishfinger, the female halfling, or Lightfoot halfling, follower of Yondala.
Was she injured at all? Do we have an idea?
He doesn't know.
Okay.
He didn't see her get hit.
Do I see footprints that lead into the right side of the cavern, indicating like a snowdrift that was about halfling moving through?
Give me a survival check.
And I think to answer your question earlier, I will attempt to stealth from a sound standpoint, but not from a vision standpoint. I don't really foresee that being really something that I could, hide behind around here. So I'm just going to try and be quiet as I move through.
Okay. Survival?
17.
A 17. You unfortunately can't see any noted bits of travel, apart from you do see the bloodstains that were coming from the main encounter area into the cave.
Okay, which direction do they?
The bloodstains travel on the right path.
Okay. I would indicate that the right path seems like the more likely way to yield results. Also not super excited about going over a bridge that collapsed, though 6 inches of ice is rather sturdy. Who knows how much Yetis like to trap people.
Okay.
And I do take a stealthy approach, also using vision as an obstacle through the use of Latin and its towering size.
Go ahead and give me a marching order for you guys.
Race feature, actually.
With Boy and Garrett in the middle of you all. He wants to. We'll actively won't take the active front position, but we'll try to be as close behind as possible. So these are all 5-foot squares. So harder ones in my life.
Neil, are you gonna be the vanguard? Because he's trying to stay in the center, or with your reaching lance, or how do you imagine taking position?
So normally I'm right up in the front.
I can go to the back.
But normally I'm right up in the front in a large group of people. In a small group of us, like just 3 of us, I don't mind being in the back because I have reach. But in this particular instance, am going to be in the front.
Okay.
Because the bigger the group, the more in the front that I am.
So I give my torch, actually, to, there. That's going to hold it.
And we're all stealthing.
Does he accept that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. He is a sneaky lad.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me some stealth checks.
And I my secondary will now be a dart.
Okay.
It'll be a dart, so
Holding a dart.
17.
17.
10.
10. And for you, Neela?
Did you roll disadvantage?
I don't have disadvantage.
1.
Even worse.
There we go. Good thing we cleared that up.
With your group check, you guys are still doing okay. Garrett, although being much more light on his feet than Neela is, still just due to the exhaustion and being a disadvantage on everything really sucks. Is just kind of struggling, and Neela is doing a little bit of clanky clank, but you guys manage to get it all pulled together as you push in deeper into the cave. As you move into this area here, the floor of this 10-foot high tunnel is strewn with bones, some of which still have fresh meat on them.
So the cavern's been getting smaller then?
Yes, the cavern has been getting smaller, as well as the walking path has been narrowing slightly.
Is this like a flat gradient, or is there like a small depression end of the mountainside that we're going into? Or?
No, it's just flat here.
Nice.
Bits of flesh still cling to the bones. The head has been ripped from what you can only presume is a Mokino growling bear off of their body, and has been gnawed and stuffed into a niche dug out in the wall. Amidst the Goliath's bones are bits of hide armor, a great axe, and the skulls and bones of 3 mountain goats. 7 other crude niches in the walls hold up the frozen heads of humanoids previously decapitated by the Yetis.
You used the plural version of the thing that we're hunting.
You see one is a bearded dwarf, a couple of elves, and of course the Goliath, who Garrett immediately recognizes, and it's just kind of in awe at the brutality of the scene in front of him. Just they left any of them.
Noticing that he recognized some of these people, I don't make the offhanded joke that was originally for me when you said about the bear head. I was going to say something like, none of them happen to be a druid, right? But seeing as very clearly his friends or adventuring party that he was creating to are here, I will refrain from making a very poor joke.
Goliath had 7 other decapitated heads.
There's a dwarf head, 2 elf heads, 5 other decapitated human heads, and the Goliath.
There's also like a bear and some 3 mountain goats, I think you said.
There are the strewn kind of out in this room are the remains of 3 mountain goats.
I attempt to listen really
I speak up. We should leave. We should leave.
You said the halfling went in here.
The halfling was the one who came in here. At this point, you guys hear a female voice cry out in pain, and you hear an impact coming from deeper inside the cave.
It's just hard, just like recoil.
That's her. That has to be her.
Latin starts to step forward.
Okay. Go ahead and move your guys up. You'll be entering the area right over here. Mind. But I cross my legs and I'm unable to uncross them at the moment.
That's life sometimes.
I make sure that I'm huddled up against the sides of the wall. I'm going to rely on my party kind of giving some kind of information feedback here, but I don't want to be crowding the escape path.
Fair.
If we end up having to run.
As you kind of peek over into this next area, you do see a couple of things.
I had mixed up which friend was the one that went in here. I thought one went up and one went into the cave, and the one that went into the cave was dead here. It's like, there's no point in being here then, we should leave.
I still thought that you had a pretty good assessment of the situation, for what it's worth.
Also, I'm going to totally call us out. One thing that we lack more than anything else
are decapitated
halfling minis. Small people miniatures.
True.
I have a decent number of them. I didn't ask if I had any.
With this person being halfling, you guys are met with a particular scene. First of all,
really cool
the floor of this cave is 5 feet higher than the area in F2. It is an uneven ceiling that ranges from 10 to 20 feet. The floor drops off sharply to the south, forming a 10-foot ledge that overlooks the entrance to a tunnel. The passageway is a short flight of steps that lead to the south. That would be kind of going this way, the flight of steps.
So,
yes. Double checking, make sure that's correct. Yeah. That is overlooking. The cave itself contains a strange sight. A female adult Yeti watching her child, a Yeti tyke, who currently has, you hear the clanking of a large wood stick as it is banging it on the ground and kind of like what you could only surmise is some kind of like laughing, giggling, childish glee sort of situation, as you see a bloodied and beaten halfling who is currently curled up in the fetal position and being knocked around by this Yeti tyke. The halfling, Garrett whispers, is that is indeed Paralo. And every now and then she kind of gets rolled around at a certain angle, she lets out a yell, announcing that she is indeed still alive.
A little bit later, this wouldn't be a decision that we had to make.
I don't got a lot of tools in my toolbox here other than get axe into large Yeti.
Ultimately, with where we're at in our adventuring careers, I don't have a lot of difference in that, except I don't have an axe.
Like, if we had gone different paths, we could have maybe tried to, create a distraction or something, but we seem to be in a little bit of a time crunch situation. Are you afraid, both?
We can go Boy run to the other side and cause a distraction, and Boy run out, and we grab Halfling.
I don't think Boy probably has commands for that.
I could go to the other side with Boy.
You'll never make it with your wounded state. It says let voice. Sorry.
With Boy, I can wait closer to the entrance. I can send Boy down, cause a distraction.
Go get him, and then come back, and then they run.
How much, life expectancy does it look like the halfling has?
The halfling is definitely fairly injured, but doesn't seem near death.
Okay, so this isn't just any second this thing's gonna crack her upside the head and then it's over.
Yeah.
This
This is a very, very prolonged. The Yeti tyke is actively playing, but is just a small Yeti, so it doesn't really understand what playing is. It's currently not taking hostile action sort of thing, in its own mind at least. I will go. And he takes Boy and begins moving over to this side out of your guys' sight.
I light another torch over here. He had the torch the entire time.
Do we need a torch?
Isn't it pitch black?
It is pitch black.
You have dark vision?
You all have dark vision.
You have dark vision.
Be careful, guys, you're not in here.
As a couple of moments pass, you guys hear the clanking of Boy's claws as he moves up the stairs. You see that the torch that Garrett was carrying is securely in the mouth of Boy, as Boy starts to move in and growling at the pair. The Yeti tyke seeing this, and the Yeti mother seeing this, Yeti tyke immediately drops both its ball and the stick that it had, and runs up the back of its mother, kind of hiding behind her. And the Yeti, looking around, smashes its hands into the ground and roars at the dog, but doesn't take any immediate hostile action. The halfling is kind of dazed and confused, opens her eyes at the strange sounds, and is starting to look around a bit. She does spot you guys watching, and as she spots you guys, she immediately looks to yell out, but just isn't physically capable of it. As Boy kind of starts moving around the cave a little bit to make sure that it has the full attention. The Yeti, female Yeti, is holding her ground, smashes her hands into the ground again, and roars at the dog. Do you guys take any action currently?
So what's the actual, like, in here, what's the actual plan? Like, they failed the first time. I'm not really wanting to sacrifice dog and boy and survival guide to Yeti just so that we can save that. But
I'm thinking with my thinking brain. I'm trying to think if it would be if we could, like, while the Yeti's distracted right now, try and crawl over and grab the halfling and then pull her out, or if I want to wait till the Yeti like moves after Boy.
I think the moment
I already put out the thing that I think Garrett going over there is suicidal, but he wanted to do it anyway, and I didn't stop him. So he's doing what he's gonna do now. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. So
alternatively, if we show up with multiple people, it could distract it long enough for one of us to get the halfling out.
I think we wait one more little bit of like moment of time to kind of see if the Yeti changes its actions at all. And if it doesn't change its actions at all, then maybe I try and like sneak up and grab the halfling or something.
So,
You said the Yeti spotted us?
fast.
the Yeti did not spot you yet.
Okay.
The halfling did.
Oh, okay.
The halfling, in looking around to see what the heck was going on, they rolled a natural 20 on their perception, so they did see you.
So you're the fastest. So you could technically go the left side if you're saying that you think that adding another person will spook the Yeti.
I don't think we're... I mean, yeah.
But then what happens? It chases after you. It's
Well-
monstrously large.
Well, I think it's chasing. I don't think it's not going to not fight, given the hallway of, trophies that we've
Here,
seen.
it's not here. We didn't ask, is this the Yeti?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we do see blood on its clothes, right?
If there's another one, then there's another one. Like, there's not too much that would change differently about the situation, right?
Yeah, mission objective is rescue her. Sorry, you're not the Yeti we're looking for. We're going to find a different one. We'll be back.
Well, what if maybe this Yeti won't leave? Maybe it's the big daddy Yeti.
That's why I think we should wait small unit of time to see what the Yeti does, and then depending on its actions, make our next decision.
Yeah, ultimately, I'm sitting back here, so I can check the pose, however.
You guys wait another small unit of time. As a little bit more time passes, the Yeti tyke gets off of its mother and moves back towards the back corner, still hiding, still actively kind of trying to hide behind its mother. And Boy starts kind of pulling back a little bit to initiate the distraction phase, and this Yeti moves forward a couple of steps, but keeps matches the distance between herself and Boy, and it doesn't seek to close the gap.
That is good enough. I will try and sneak forward and grab the halfling.
Okay. Let me a stealth check.
I am trained in stealth. However, I have no dexterity. Critical!
You crit, okay.
22. There we go.
You get moving forward. The halfling kind of still just loosely mouthing at you. the Yeti Tyke is cowering in the corner, and the Mama Yeti is still roaring and trying to be as intimidating as possible towards Boy. But Boy has been holding very steadfast, and with the torch in its mouth, actually lunges forward about 5 feet, and you hear the whooshing of the flames as it swings the torch around, and the Yeti kind of like recoils a little bit and then roars again. And in this roar, you grab the halfling by the scruff and can make it out just fine. Back into this area.
I'm now imagining that scene in Moria with the bridge and Gandalf and the whooshing of the torch.
I should have got the Gandalf dog instead.
All right.
Boy, kind of understanding a little bit better of the plan, is more able to see that you and the halfling are now gone, and immediately turns around and starts moving. You hear the echoing roars of the Yeti as it... What's that?
I was going to say, as things are starting to unfold, I've been kind of sitting in the nook here. Is there anything like shiny in this hallway that I should consider grabbing on the way out?
You can give me an investigation check.
I'm good at these. 8.
Also, was there another person we're still looking for?
I think he's dead.
So it was a 3-member party, not counting Garrett. One was Makigno Growling Bear Akhenathi, who is currently decapitated in the trophy hall. Paralo Fishfinger, who was Akingo's or Makingo's loyal companion, who is here. And also Asterisks, a female tiefling who had fled further up the mountain.
Okay, that's the person who fled up the mountain. We still need to find.
Yeah, the way the situation played out was the Yeti shows up and mauled Garrett, and then the Goliath immediately rushed into action, and the halfling booked it into the cave. The tiefling ran up the mountain. Garrett ran down the mountain. The Goliath got eviscerated, and then the Yeti chased after Garrett.
Honorable death. Except for now, your skull's a trophy on the wall.
It's a little bit sub-honorable. You get the halfling back up to you. What it was y'all's plan? You see the light of the torch start peeking in through this area.
Out. Plan is out.
Okay.
I just randomly grabbed something on the way out.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. What was your investigation check?
I was good at those. 8.
An 8. Randomly grabbing something off the ground. It is a. You could grab. You do see the great axe. They're torn little pieces of hide armor on the ground. If you just are grabbing at random,
Grabbing something that doesn't look torn.
I grab at random. A great axe.
Kind of expecting to walk away with that.
yeah. I mean, you would the most likely thing that you would grab if you were trying to grab the most whole thing in the room that isn't made of bone, it would be the great axe.
Yep.
Can you carry that?
Yes.
Maybe not down the mountain.
Yeah.
So you guys make it out, hearing the roars of the Yeti behind you. As you get out into the open air, the things kind of quiet down and the billowing, echoing roars stop. And you guys are out in the back in the kind of snowdrifty area outside, moving away a little bit. Paralo is very shaken, but seems actually mostly uninjured, although very, very exhausted. She's what is she? She is your darling Grace. Thank you all for rescuing me. Yes, sorry.
I collected the torch in my hand.
Mhm.
It's true.
Collecting the torches and moving off further away. You guys do so without any large events happening. You guys have,
What about small ones?
What were you saying?
all I could do was pray and watch my friend be torn apart in front of me. I appreciate you all so very much. Garrett, thank you for coming back for me. We have to see what happened to Asterix too.
You can see Lad's very uncomfortable.
I know maybe a lot of that.
Yeah, we were heading that way anyway. Hey, oh shucks.
My name is Parallel.
Hello.
Yes.
I usually find when you're introduced to a bunch of people that you build an association based on names. It helps you remember. So, parallel, perilous. A pretty perilous position that we're in. For my name.
A little bit ironic, I suppose.
Yeah.
Hello.
An asterisk.
She's kind of clutching a holy symbol on her chest currently, and
Kind of holy symbol of
Yondala, the
Yondala.
halfling god of fertility and protection.
Is it asterisk or?
Asterix. Astrix.
Yeah, it is. So, asterisk. That helps. Asterisk is kind of like hat trick, which we're about to save 3 people.
Clever way of remembering names.
It is. When I'm nervous, I talk, so I'd appreciate you not attacking that.
Softly.
No.
Just saying.
Softly optimistic.
We had a little bit of a rough run in the up and down.
Right.
I'm freaking out a little bit. An avalanche tried to crush me, Crackhead tried to eat me, yet he's trying to destroy me.
Does anything happen when people are bitten by crab cats?
I wasn't bitten by a crag cat. Bit
Both,
him.
both of you.
No, not me. Nimbly.
Oh, they didn't. That's just how you.
I told you to not attack me.
Yes.
Is there any where cats? Where crags?
I've never heard of them, but there are beasts, so I suppose it's like
What about
my
Yeti?
sorry. My grandmother always told tales of any kind of creature could be any kind of were creature. So I suppose if those
a wise
those
old
old
grandmother.
if those old tales are true, then I mean the person that they I guess seeked was a werebear. So I suppose anything's possible.
They seeped as a werebear.
The Parallel speaks up at this point. Oya Maranthok is a Goliath werebear who lives in the Dales. We had to as a sort of rite of passage for looking. We tried to come and find them, and commune with them, and seek guidance, but apparently we were deemed unworthy by the mountain, as he would say.
Oh, this was a religious institution.
Of a sort. Not so much.
Spiritual.
A spiritual, I think, is more the correct term. The Goliaths have unique beliefs, but mostly we wanted to try to see if we could find something. It was kind of a life goal of Mocking Mill to meet them.
Perhaps we should have removed the children. It does feel a little bit wrong leaving him in there. I take off my adventurer's pack and set down the great axe. And I begin walking back towards the mouth of the cavern. Let me do this one. They think about me. You are watching. especially fertility. And then
the halfling clutches the holy symbol that is a hold on, I just had it pulled up. It's a medallion that looks like a shield that has like a cornucopia planted on it, and it holds it and it's like it would mean a lot, and gives you guidance for your attempt.
So I put my weapons away and I keep a few darts close at the ready so I can draw them quickly if I need to, but otherwise I want to be completely unrestricted as I go back in this cave. I will attempt to stealth my way back in.
Give me a stealth roll.
Something tells me that using your actions on throwing darts may be a waste of actions in this situation.
Mostly. I mean, I might be able to scare away some kind of like bat or like a knight. Yes, I attempt to stealth back in.
So back in.
Using that guidance, which is a D4.
Yes.
Yo, how about a 25?
25, that'll do pretty good.
Max rolling on the guidance.
As you make your way back in, the scenes are mostly unchanged. However, one thing you do see is that the Yeti Tyke is currently kind of in this corner and has like one of the large goat skulls in front of it and is holding two bones and is kind of like smacking on the goat skull, but facing away from you and that pays no mind. The skull is in this crevasse there, and you can pick it up.
Retrieve it. I should have asked her this. I look for anything that might be like immediately present to him that might be at this altar. Is it just a head here, or do they have like jewelry or anything?
There was a great axe.
The great axe is one thing. There's a spattering of bones that's pretty clearly belongs to the Goliath, both because of the size of the bones and also because they're the only bones in the cave that have fresh meat on them still. But that would be they're just like spattering, like bits of rib here, bits of femur here, nothing recognizable really. The head being the main part.
I take the main part and I leave.
Okay. Taking the main part and leaving, you see the tears welling up in Paralo's eyes as she kind of gestures to move away from the cave front.
And I summon an avalanche and I block the cave entrance.
Once you guys get a good distance away, Paralo begins to, if you don't mind, I could take some time with. She takes the head and begins gets a like small shovel out and starts digging in the ground slightly, placing the head in there and starts speaking a prayer in.
Bit uncharacteristically, I attempt to assist in the physical activity of this activity, and two, indicate that the further down that we go, the better because of the predatory creature near it digging it up.
He takes note of that, and you guys together dig a little bit further.
It's mostly her, though. I'm largely unaffected.
Oh, fair. She's also pretty weak right now. At you can tell that she is just barely keeping it up here. She is mechanically she's at 3 levels of exhaustion right now, and
Speak to you.
Yeah.
only takes about 15 minutes or so to get the the body buried, and
What was the... Just to throw the head in the ground.
I don't know.
I do spend a little bit of time washing my hands.
Usually we just... I mean, a lot of our dead got thrown in the lake.
Is it some sort of, like, religious thing?
Probably.
Are you religious?
No, not really.
Me neither. Why risk your neck to go in there for just a head, just to throw it into the ground? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Risk the living for the dead. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
It's after your bite.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're done now.
As you kind of feel a little bit of the depending on your own kind of religious standings, whether the warmth feels like kind of an alien force or something true to yourself, that you're kind of getting some warm and fuzzy feelings, but you do feel a little bit of the feeling of a god smiling on you for your deeds.
I think Art he's probably maybe run into this once or twice in his upbringing, and so it's like moments that were just uncharacteristic. He went beyond his typical selfish kind of upbringing and went out and did something truly spectacular for somebody. He's probably felt this before. He's like, this is what I was thinking.
Paralo thanks you as well, and kind of stands, gets back up off of her knees from her praying, and kind of straightens herself up. Almost looks a little comedic because of how beat up she is. She kind of like tries to present herself as ready to rumble. It's like, we have to find Asterix.
Garrett, you should take her down to the fire.
I intend to see this through to the end.
She is an adventurer. I know this one. I'll tell her that if she wants to fight, she should have her opportunity. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
I turned to her. Please, take a more. Back row will be the first one to escape. Do not kill yourself. But hopefully no more Yetis.
I understand. Hopefully no more Yetis. And Garrett kind of pats her on the shoulder.
You're a cleric, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Did the Yetis that were in the cave with you, did they seem to be the same Yeti that attacked Garrett?
No, that was different. That was the male of this family that attacked us outside of the cave. But we, once we were brought inside, or after Mockingnell was brought inside, the male left at some point. I'm not sure what for. There was only those two for quite some time.
Did he put on his little hat and his scarf before he left?
Yeah, weird. He had a little fake mustache too.
Didn't ask him where he was going. Well,
how much magic availability do you have left for today?
Not much. Not much at all, but I can do a little bit. We should get going.
Agreed. Take my leash around my waist. Ready to hand it off.
Farther up the mountain.
You guys gather everything up, heading up farther up the mountain. Luckily, there's no more particularly perilous climbs here. You guys make it the rest of the way towards the summit. You're now a pretty good chunk of the way.
This is on the map that we can't see, right?
Yes, this is on the map that you can't see. You can see it on the screen, at least a version of it. I go right here. Okay, so you guys, if you can see my mouse pointer, which unfortunately chat can't see, but you guys this was where the base camp was, down at the bottom. You guys make your way over to the right and then curved up this portion of the mountain here where you encounter the mountain goats. And then the avalanche happened about halfway up in the dead center of the mountain, brought you back straight down to the start, basically. Excuse me. And then you kept your way climbing up. You encountered Garrett here, and you had the climbing portion moving up, encountered the Yeti thing here. You guys are currently about 750 feet up the mountain. The final stretch being a little bit easier.
So the Yeti's quite near the peak, too.
Yes. You guys are indeed. I agree. I think that would be pretty cool. So yeah, you guys make your way, continuing up the mountain.
Do you want to hide the mountain again?
Oh yeah.
And avalanche.
And avalanche.
Whole mountain fell down.
Eventually, you come to the edge of a vast and deep crevasse. There's nowhere to go but down. A collapsed tent lies half buried in the snow near the precipice. Jutting out of a nearby snowbank is a pair of blue leather boots. Next to this grim display, a figure in cold weather clothes sits in the snow, her knees pulled tight to her chest. Horns protrude from underneath the figure's fur-lined hood. You see in front of you a tiefling standing in front of, or kneeling in front of a frozen body.
So I had a strong disconnect here. You said grim display, which didn't match the idea that this tiefling had taken off her boots and was sitting there huddled.
Yes. Sitting there huddled.
Feet. Grim.
Paralo immediately begins dashing forward into this ruined camp. And about 5 feet, or about 10 feet away from this scene, her run falls down to a jog, falls down to a walk, and she falls to her knees as she realizes that the tiefling here is completely frozen solid and dead.
Oh. Okay, more grim. Even if her boots were off.
You guys come across the final resting place of Asterix.
Who's the body?
We
don't have the idea of another person out here, right?
No, not. Apart from other potential.
Yeah, they did say that they were seeking the man of the mountain sort of thing, right? That was their spirit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Montauk is the kind of spiritual leader they were seeking.
He's a physical kind of like person.
He's a Goliath.
Yeah.
Okay. He's a bear, but he sometimes shifts into a Goliath.
Right. Yeah, were Goliath. The figure seated in the snow is Asterix, dead, frozen solid, with her teeth clenched and her eyes staring at the blue boots sticking out of the snow. She escaped the immediate death, presumably, but hitting this dead end of the crevasse that prevents you from getting all the way to the peak of the mountain. She took refuge here and eventually succumbed to the elements.
Sorry, there's the Yeti making Yeti noises from behind the TV right now.
The Garrett kind of pipes up as whoever that is the tent isn't ours. All of our tents were down at the bottom of the mountain. We weren't supposed to be here for more than a day, so I'm not sure who. He starts moving towards the bodies as well.
Can I see if can I confirm that it was the physical elements of the freezing mountain? Was it the physical elements that got to her, or is there anything magical that might have helped superimpose? Because they're only just several hours. Well, no, I guess they're days removed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
potentially. You can make a medicine check though, and examine the body a little bit.
I also have Arcana if that is of assistance here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hang back from the rest of the group and kind of not really approach the situation as everyone is kind of dealing with their emotional responses to.
Yeah, moving. You said you got a 5.
I got a 5 on
Looking over the body, it definitely seems it seems very much like it was a succumb to the element kind of situation. The fact that she doesn't have any face coverings on, it's a little bit hard to tell with tiefling anatomy, because tieflings can vary pretty wildly in their origins and things like that. So frostbite showing up on a red tiefling doesn't really manifest the same as it would on like a human or a dwarf, for instance.
Should just have similar problems sometimes,
but you don't see any signs of physical injury or magical tampering. Let's see.
What are you looking for?
I'm kind of detached from, I guess, the emotional aspects of here, but information.
Yes, but what are you looking for?
Signs of lethality, signs of more to know. It's hard to say. How do you know what you don't know? That's why I investigate. Also, you'd be really surprised at what magic can do. I don't claim to be a savant of it, though it is a study of mine. At some point, there might be something that could be done about this, but not here, not now.
I'm very surprised by what magic can do, and quite frequently.
Pretty expansive.
It wasn't enough to save her.
Is she magical?
He was a wizard, yes. He's probably the most powerful out of any of us. But I guess the elements were just too much.
Every wizard should take prestidigitation. I have not, but I do see value in it all around me.
Prestidigitation may slow down the process in a situation like this, although
Magically start campfires, you can warm up soup, you can drink it, and I'll bring you some more.
I'm sorry for your friend.
We all put our lives on the line to live the adventuring life.
Doesn't sound like it, but do you recognize this person? I start uncovering the blue leather boots person.
Uncovering slight bits of the blue leather boots person. They're pretty shallowly buried. You can honestly just pull the body out from inside the snow. You see a decapitated mountain dwarf who is wearing blue boots. And you don't see any other particularly discernible qualities. Are you searching the bodies at all, or there's a small tent area as well you guys are doing?
I indicate that we should probably explore the campsite a little bit, and I start ritually casting Detect Magic.
Okay. You start casting Detect Magic, and you... presumably this is another one of the decapitated victims of our Yeti friend. You may have even already seen his face.
You did say mountain dwarf head was...
There was indeed one over there. As you finish casting Detect Magic...
this does take 10 minutes, so...
If you guys have anything else that you're trying to do, Garrett will be starting to go through some of the supplies in the area.
I think people, when we go exploring, we find blue boots. We bring those back to say that these belong to anyone in the nearby town.
Lan's he's kind of like he's standing off to the side of the group, and he's got his arms across his chest, and he looks angry, but he turns to you and answers, no one might even care. There's probably no one looking for them.
Isn't there some, do you guys have any, like, charity where you, use used boots or clothing to donate to keep people warm?
No.
I think that's. Do you think that'd be weird?
Yeah, probably.
Well, don't just jump to it. Really think about it,
kind of
Latin.
interrupt my ritualing, and I side with Latin. I'm like, no, it's probably pretty weird.
No one ever gave us anything.
Well, just because that's the norm does not mean it should not change.
You can do whatever you like. That's fine. I don't know.
I'm gonna look for something like a spell. While we're in this miserable, wretched Iceland, I think I'd like to give back some. Where we can. I mean, if you can't fend for yourself, you can't fight for yourself. That's one thing.
It's clear that Art wishes to partake in the conversation, but is mostly occupied by his ritual casting.
Oh, you can't talk while you're doing that. Oh my goodness. That makes so much more sense.
You do also note that Paralo is kind of hasn't moved particularly much from her original falling point, but has kind of shifted over a little bit closer to the body of Asterix and is almost mirroring her her positioning and disposition of staring at the same thing that Asterix stared at, presumably in the final moments of her life, the blue boots being kind of a strong symbol of hopelessness to her.
I'll walk up to her.
She's just sitting there, kind of cross-legged, holding her feet, just sadly staring at the boots.
Frozen solid.
I will step in between the boots and her.
Yeah. Sorry, I think that's, in a way, kind of the hopelessness of the situation is probably what did her in.
But the hopefulness is that you still live, and that you're strong. You must stand for those who are alive.
It's true, I suppose. I'm sure I can find good to do.
Parallel. You have a purpose, don't you?
She clutches her holy symbol again. I did. I'm sure I can find another one. He reaches up and
Welcome to your new life.
grabs your hand. With a slight chuckle, she stands up and stands up. I truly can't thank you all enough for your help. And knowing is better than nothing. She starts kind of preparing her own ritual to see her other friend off. Your detect magic goes off. You
Immediately cast glare in the direction of Tanila.
Immediately casting glare in the direction. Your eyes are like daggers, as some people have said. Let's see. Kind of glancing around, you do see two pings kind of coming out of portions on Asterix's body within her winter clothes.
Hey, Parallel. Your friend happens to be sporting a few magical artifacts, it would seem.
That's pretty likely. She was a wizard. She carried a book with her all the time.
Would you be terribly upset if I were to investigate those belongings?
No, please do. I owe you all my life. Asterix would too.
Would you like to keep the great axe from your friend?
She looks at the huge great axe that is Goliath-sized two-handed weapon, and if you don't mind, that would actually be quite nice.
I don't mind. And I give it the great axe, and I take a great amount of care not ripping open this frozen solid carcass. I try and use like some magic to warm, the investigation up.
Yeah, you can you can kind of pull apart bits and pieces of the frozen clothes. You're trained in medicine, right?
Yes.
You kind of know not to attempt to move the body parts, because the body, if you try to move it, you're going to hit like breaking and snapping phases, especially combination of freezing and rigor mortis can make that pretty hard. But you kind of peel back those frozen solid bits of winter clothing. Inside you do find a spell book, as well as a potion that is a... Hold on, I can tell you exactly what it looks like. Bet you. The container looks as though it is empty, but feels like it is holding liquid. You don't actually see anything inside the glass vial, but it is very, very much... It's very clear that there is something inside it.
Is the glass itself like frosted over, or is it?
With the nature
windshield?
of potions in Dungeons and Dragons, potions can freeze. However, they have because of the magic infused in them, they have very different freezing points than a lot of things. It takes a lot to freeze a potion. But in this case, the way that it'll kind of work is there's a kind of a frost on the outside of it, but it can be brushed off pretty easily. There's no warmth coming from the potion, but it's just not frozen.
That's because it's just Everclear in there.
Basically. You find the potion as well as a leather-bound spell book. Flipping through it, you can see that there's a decent number of spells in here that you can peruse and potentially add to your own spell book in the near future.
I've just written down Ashix's spell book.
Yes,
I'll
perfect.
get the details later.
That is a perfect time for us to hit a little break real quick. We'll catch a quick little 15-minute break, and we will be back. We'll be back with some more here in just a moment. See y'all.
Peace.
Peace. For like 15 minutes, though. Not actually. Hello, welcome back. We are here. So, put this away. Bring in this. We have discovered all of the pieces, all of the happy adventuring friends of our what could have been a friendly or a rival adventuring party. Your spell book, I have it here. You don't have to write it down right away, but it has Alter Self, Cloud of Daggers, Comprehend Languages, Detect Magic, Expeditious Retreat, Scorching Ray, Shield, Suggestion, and Tensor's Floating Disc in it.
Okay, awesome.
She was a pretty good, pretty well off as far as the squad goes.
It's a Scorching Ray down, but she used mostly like augmented things otherwise.
Can you just repeat it one more time?
Yes, Alter Self, Cloud of Daggers, Comprehend Languages, Detect Magic, Expeditious Retreat,
It's a good spell.
Scorching Ray, Shield, Suggestion, and Tensor's Floating Disc.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm mostly comparing her to the acolyte stat block that their cleric is, who only knows Cure Wounds and Sanctuary. She was definitely the main character of their party. So you guys are here in this ruined camp at as close as you can get to the peak of this mountain, and where would you like to go from here? Are you guys just headed back?
We checked Blue Leather Body for contents.
Searching through his body, you find an empty wineskin, half-eaten block of goat cheese, and a miner's pick. That's it, though.
Anything in the derelict campsite?
In the campsite is right here. There is shattered remains of a dog sled, a mess kit, an explorer's pack, and enough blood-splattered, heavy clothing to make 2 cold winter outfits.
I would take some of the good clothing.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it into a bag of sorts, if they have any like bags that I can duffel.
There are packs and things that are here strewn about the camp. You can find one that's intact enough to...
We can probably take the explorer's kit too.
Okay. Loading up some of the items from the camp.
I'm gonna bring it back.
And sell it.
Or donate it.
Gold mine.
I mean, the explorer's pack and mining pick, sure. But the clothes should be free.
Costs money to be an adventurer. I'll just say it, leave it there.
Alrighty.
People have got clothes. People don't have food.
Is that really it?
Think about it. Look at all the furs that line up the inn.
If you don't have clothes, you don't survive. One's not clothes today.
Some people have multiple clothes though.
So, you're really saying that there should be food instead of clothes? Alright. Then we sell, I'll take the mining pick as well, and we'll try and sell the clothes and explorer's pack, and I'll try and take a portion of that and give that back. And I'll can you... I have so many questions. We have like orphanages, and I assume that y'all don't have that here. We can talk about it once we're back to town.
I just did the mic check to make sure that we weren't muted this time around. We're
Yeah.
good.
Nice.
Yeah, so you guys can begin your journey back down the mountain.
Got some crag cats to look at.
True.
You can have a look at those crag cats on your way back down. What are you looking to do with that?
I have a scene to describe when we
Okay.
approach the crag cats.
Absolutely, take it away.
So as we're like coming down the ice and snow into the area where our campfire is probably still lightly burning, I imagine.
Campfire is very well burnt out, but yeah. The combination of the fierce wind and snowfall can well fire.
Then, as the light of our torches kind of illuminates the dead crag cats, perched on one of the bodies of the dead crag cats is a very large bird. It looks to appear to be an osprey. It's currently lightly feasting on one of the flesh of one of the dead crag cats, and Latin stops upon seeing the bird and yells out, "Fen?" And the bird like turns and like squawks and like looks at the group, and then you can see like the color like drains out of Latin's face, and he goes from like excited and happy to incredibly like nervous and sad, and like his eyes are like darting and his like hands shaking a little bit, and then the bird like leaps off of the dead cat and flies over and lands on his outstretched arm, and the color returns back to Latin's face, and he's like, "Ben, you recognize me," and he pets Fen on the head and ruffles his feathers a bit, and this is like the kind of the most like genuine happiness that you've seen on Latin's face since you guys have adventured together.
Explaining to do.
This is this is
Spell Fen.
Fen.
That's
Osprey
not
is
spell.
kind of like a middle point between a hawk and an eagle.
Yeah, they're like
Please show the camera.
camera.
Yeah.
They're like Seahawks. They typically
Seattle.
that actually the Seahawk of the Seattle Seahawks is an osprey. But they're usually found near like coastal areas and stuff, also all the way up into like the northern cold areas where they typically eat things like fish and stuff like that, but can also be, you know, scavengers of dead things in times of opportunity.
Cool.
All right.
Where'd you get the bird?
This is Fen. I saved him a while back.
Boy is kind of sniffing suspiciously in your direction.
Is it going to attack us?
Probably not. Right, Fen? Yeah.
It's a pretty big bird. Does it help? Like, will it protect us?
No. Fen's just a bird.
It just does nothing.
It's a bird.
Does what birds
Will it watch over us from the sky?
maybe. Pretty dark though.
Does that thing grow up to be a big rock?
No.
How do you know?
It's just a bird.
Oh, it's just like a completely different type of bird.
Are you going to grow up to be a big dragon?
That's highly offensive. Please do not ever mention that again.
It's just a bird.
It's not funny. It's not even a joke.
It's not a rock.
It's a real question.
I apologize that you take offense to the analogy. I still think it's rather apt.
I don't think you know what you say.
Button is like fully ignoring you guys, just like happy has bird.
Happy has bird. Garrett kind of like nods, kind of recognizing the bond, and leans a little heavier on Boy, and ruffles his head a little bit. So, you all were planning on cleaning these, at least slightly. Shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, as long as we avoid avalanches, I think we'll be fine. Not ready to go through one of those again, by the way.
I have some general experience. I could potentially help one of you if you were.
Sure, perfect.
Yeah, I'd be down.
Who is going to attempt to
Yeah.
the kill?
Us. Is this
One of you will be making an assisted check.
I will not be participating.
I have a +1 in survival.
This is a survival check.
I am survival man.
Garrett is proficient in survival, but because of his current state, isn't able to actually take the lead, but can help.
I am proficient in survival, trained in survival, bonus to survival. I will gladly take the lead on this, and occasionally feed some scraps to Fen as he watches on a perch nearby.
For sure.
You said assisted checks, so this is with advantage?
Yes, you'll have advantage.
Alright. How does it go? We got it. 22.
22. All right. So you can get a pretty good pelt skinning. Trying to go at least slightly fast. You do have injured people traveling with you.
Yeah. Maybe relight the fire while we're here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys can relight the fire and stuff like that. You between the two. Actually, give me a second roll for the second one, just to get the whole spiel here.
19.
19? Okay. You get 8 teeth and 4 claws.
Can you write this down, Tippy?
And you do manage to get both of the pelts, mostly entirely intact. There's a couple of rough edges here and there, but that's the kind of things that the people who will actually work the pelts would deal with.
Is like food rations from these something that's even something we really need to worry about?
Yeah, you can absolutely take some food rations from these if you would like. Being large creatures and with your rolls, I'd say you can probably get about 10 days of rations for 2 people, so a total of 20 days of rations.
I imagine that's mostly in the form of like cutting out food bits and then like searing them over the fire or something like that, or like
for stuff that you're like actively like field cleaning, it's not going to hit the preservation levels of like dried meat, for instance. You're not going to be able to just do that out in the wilderness. However, it is very cold outside, so preservation times are a little bit longer. So you don't have to cook everything right away, and you can kind of, when you make camp, you can dig into the snow a little bit and lay the food out so that it actually...
Yeah, I was just thinking about you would probably like ice pack freeze style, preserve the food in some kind of way. Probably have tools for that.
Also, ask Derek and Parallel if they actually have rations with them.
Neither of them do at this point. They both lost their packs. Yeah, you guys can feel free to take some snack breaks, take a little bit of a rest on your way down the mountain.
I'd like to try this. Salt.
Does anyone have any salt?
pepper.
Actually,
Or paprika?
What is that?
Or really spicy peppers?
the Paralo kind of actually perks up and starts feeling around on her in her clothing and pulls out a what are the like bandoliers that have all the bullets on them. It's like one of those, but the holders are a lot larger and they're all empty. She pulls it out of her chest and her face just her expression, entire nonverbal, just shrinks to the ground. It's like, I had some. I had a lot of seasonings, actually.
Cornucopia of it.
I'll have to restock it back down. And she kind of puts it back in her into her pack.
I do have a little bit of salt.
Delicious. Would anyone else like some while I'm making myself a little bit of crag cat cuisine?
Or
Quite hungry, actually. Yes.
I've never cooked it before. Is it like antelope, a deer, elephant, alligator?
Eyes start to go a little bit wider as he's a little bit more concerned for his food.
Sand. I just need to know what texture. Is it tender?
The mountain cats appear to be quite lean.
Lean, yes. Right, I know exactly how I'm going to do that. All right. And I make some meals.
Yeah, totally. Go ahead and give me a cooking check. This is going to be either wisdom or constitution based.
Is cooking something your character is good at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like
This is a low. This is the threshold of this is adjusted for your character skill. With a 9, you do a pretty good job at it. You haven't cooked crag cat specifically. There's some bits and pieces that are a little bit abnormal for you. That's a little bit more resistant to the heat than you expected. So the first kind of flank that you take off is a lot more raw than you were originally wanting it to be. But then you can kind of adjust to...
Can I set that one aside for myself to eat later?
Sure, you can do that.
Okay.
Or Boy is also eyeing it if you so choose.
Does your dog eat
cat.
If it's meat, he'll eat it, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
I just don't go around feeding animals that don't belong to me, but well, that's not sometimes, but without
He knows what he likes.
Boy?
And Boy, as soon as you offer it, he kind of like half jumps up and snatches it out of your hand and kind of like prances it over to like 5 or 10 feet away and lays down and starts tearing at the more raw steak.
I'll wash my bloodied hands off on the snow before partaking in the meal that you cooked.
Art has mostly taken himself up, like he's resting up against like the cliffside and is like studying Asterix's spellbook and like comparing notes on his own, while waiting for the food and the processing thereof.
Also, Paralo is happy to help. She actively attempts to kind of insert herself into helping cook the food. How receptive are you to that?
You really need to rest.
Cooking is it's a great passion of mine. It's part of my practice, actually.
Take it, but I really don't need you to overwork yourself.
I appreciate that. I would love to help. And she does her best, although she's not the most helpful, but does works as hard as she can. Being as exhausted as she is, she can't. She probably has like one situation where she kind of like drops something into the fire or something like that on accident. But
Boy's going to get fed today, huh?
Art walks up while you're cooking. Says,
Okay, cool.
I've noticed something that, due to my lack of knowledge, might seem like an inconsistency in how you operate. So maybe you can help me understand a little bit. I'm not trying to be offensive. You, over the course of our journey up this mountain, have willingly said and encouraged people to, even despite their levels of exhaustion, throw themselves at risk, and potentially kill themselves. But when it comes to something as mundane and inoffensive and lack of peril as cooking food, you say you should rest. What's the difference?
The difference is being heroic. If you don't allow someone to have any risk, they will never be a hero. They'll never make memories. They'll never be heroic if not given the opportunity.
And you think everybody should be a hero?
If they want to be. And I'm not to judge anyone's strength or when they should stop.
Okay.
You should be of right of mind to make that decision for yourself. If someone's not in the right of mind, sure, make that decision for them, help them, where they can't help themselves. But if they're right in head, let them be heroic. You can't steal that from them. If they die, at least they died trying rather than not. Living with regret is a worse.
I was gonna seek to mostly learn from this occasion, but this is the second time you brought this up. Again, not trying to change ways, but from where I sit on viewpoints, people are like capacitors or a battery. They can hold energy, but only so much. And over the course of time, every time you eat, you restore some of that energy. If somebody's really low on energy and they throw themselves away and die, then the net sum of it is that they have less energy to give into heroism.
The only difference is, without pushing you past your own limits, you will never grow. You have to push the battery past exhaustion so that you can get its full strength.
Well, it's not really how batteries grow.
Well, how do you grow a battery?
You can, well, the battery, you
On a tree.
you feed more, actually. And you expand its ability to contain energy. The exertion of which isn't always the catalyst.
Do humans expand or people expand their energy storage?
Well, energy in general, outside of the idea of heroism, is you just eat more. More calories means that you can subsist longer without eating. You have more energy. You can train and you can go into combat scenarios to make yourself more efficient at the expenditure of said energy, sure. But when you've already used it, there is risk. You don't take a broken weapon into battle, hoping that it stays whole. You get a weapon or you repair your weapon.
What if you have no chance but to go into battle?
These people had chances, though.
Did they?
I think so. I think Aladdin had a good idea with having people stay on the mountain. I think they could have stayed in the vanguard without having to expose themselves to needless risk. There's a certain expectation that the forefront people, the people leading the charge, would run into a Yeti. But if one of them stays in the back, he can still help to an extent, but he doesn't want to be in the first line of contact.
I think in their minds, they did not have a choice.
I think
And when not given a choice,
I think they were given a choice. I think you pressured them into choosing something that they might not have been able to choose otherwise due to their exhaustion.
I did not pressure anyone to run in. They ran in of their own volition.
You pressured them to be in a position to run.
You also pressured them in a position to leave.
I
They chose. It's free will.
agree to disagree.
When you run in, I'd rather have them run in with a broken battle axe than with no battle axe at all.
When you encourage others to put themselves into positions that they wouldn't normally do when they're already incapacitated due to physical exhaustion and emotional exhaustion after seeing their friends die, they would do things that they would not normally do that would put them in more danger.
And that is where heroic acts exist.
And suicidal
Doing
ones.
something outside of what you are normally capable of. It's the only time that adrenaline will kick in and you become the hero.
The price of failure for
Is death.
yeah.
And that's okay.
We don't need to encourage everybody to go into debt.
Well,
And
I'm not
on the
going
other
to
side,
encourage anyone. They will choose it for themselves.
I think I see the understanding point, but I disagree with your methods of achieving it sometimes. And I excuse myself from the conversation. I'll get back to studying.
Also, while you guys were chatting, I was able to find the map of your path as you took it. So look at that. This is the path that our heroic adventurers took up the mountain, finding the base camp and moving up.
When the session is over, can you post that in the D&D?
So
So I can't see any of that shit at all.
that's so you guys are able to rest here at a small camp, make your way down the mountain. Both of your companions are actively opposed to camping out on the mountain another night and are wanting to get to town as soon as possible.
Understandable.
When we get up to leave, Fen flies off into the night sky.
Is that dangerous for it?
What do you mean?
Do you know what a rock is? It's a Yeti-sized bed. Aren't you scared? Losing your pen?
No.
Alright.
Fen is Fen.
Does it see in the dark?
I don't know. Probably.
And just...
It's a tree. No, it doesn't.
Quite beautiful. Good to see you happy.
Thanks. I think.
Do you have any pets I need to know about?
No, the orphan didn't really like us keeping mice. Later in life one, yeah.
A what?
A later in life one.
Ah, okay.
Kind of set the bar in the beginning. Lots happened since then, but kind of like breaking the ice. Lost my parents to pirates when I was a preteen, and sought to fill it out. And yeah. So, but no pets. No.
Wait.
I lost my parents. Anywhere between 10 to 12. Not really remember. Lots happened.
10 to 12 is an adult.
No. Nope. Not at all. Different societies.
How old are you?
37. Probably.
You're like... Don't look 37.
I have graying hair. What would you expect a 37-year-old shifter to look like?
Yeah, an old man.
An old man. I didn't think we were agreeing or disagreeing on the subject.
My experience, 37 is quite young. Barlow kind of chuckles.
I have a lower life expectancy than she does, but I agree with her for this purpose.
What does that mean?
I'm not likely to live as long as through natural causes.
It's depending on the circumstances.
When you become an adult, is it determined on how long you're living? We have adults.
Sometimes. Some people never reach adulthood. That was a rude joke. But
Some people never reach adulthood from natural causes too. My cousin Barry, who still lives in his mother's house, and honestly just never even attempted to make anything of himself.
depends on who you classify adulthood.
What happens? That makes them not an adult.
Just kind of emotionally. Hasn't really matured.
Details, not relevant. We all live at our parents' house.
I certainly don't.
Why not?
Do you?
I would have, had I not been quad, but
I haven't lived with my parents for 25 years. On account of their DCC.
no, you've got parents.
Not anymore. Sorry, I'm not laughing. I can't. Literally can't. My parents were killed.
His parents might have been a crag cat and a mountain.
Parents were
There's plenty of reasons to leave home behind.
still alive.
I mean, my parents are still alive. They're living in Neverwinter, but
They probably... Did they get to see your wedding?
no, certainly not. They didn't approve of my lifestyle choices either in the wilderness or at home.
Sucks to
You'll
suck.
like Len's at the talk as the talk of parents has kind of been like, and then talking about his parents being dead is like he's got like fresh anger on his face.
It's like, listen, you saw happiness out of this person for like 2 seconds.
A little
and you
bit of that,
immediately pull up a topic.
a little bit of that like shifter twitch that occasionally happens on like heavily emotional moments is like present in my face.
Sorry for all of your losses.
Mine's fine.
It's no loss here.
I'll take care of it.
Oh. That's acting.
Your parents still alive?
So very much still alive.
Are they old?
Ish.
How old's old? Or-
Probably about 15 years older than I am. The other one's like 17 years. And then same with my grandparents and my great-grandparents.
I never knew mine. They could still be alive.
Do come from different lives, huh? But it didn't matter when we were beat up car cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put it down in my little booklet. I've never seen one before, and then in the same day that we see one, we also saw Yeti.
We've murdered crag cats, we've skinned them, and we've eaten them all on the same day.
Eaten them. So it tastes delicious.
That was assault.
Still can't take crag cats away from the like cheesy gang name. It's like it didn't matter when we were picking up the crag cats. Oh, sorry about that accent there. No, don't.
As you guys kind of lightening the mood a little bit, you see Paralo and Garrett kind of getting swept up in the moment, forgetting a little bit of the exhaustion. And
Oh.
You got a trout under there?
The knucklehead's back for round 2.
Knucklehead trout just popped out over here too. Or you're a knucklehead, right, Danny?
Kind of forgetting a little bit of the pain and suffering of the last couple days melting away slightly. You guys make your way down towards Caer Konig once again, where you can
With a safer, less excited rate.
yes. You guys have the ability to rent that inn out again. I believe, I forget exactly what it was. I believe it was 5 silver.
5 silver.
5 silver last time. You can easily do that again. Garrett actually has a running tab and pays for him and Parallel. Although it doesn't have the funds currently to pay for everyone. And you guys are able to rest for the night, make it off of the mountain uneventfully.
Got the rooms.
And if you guys aren't intending on making any major stops along the way, we can fast forward a couple of days to you guys re-arriving back in Targos. It is a bit of a journey, but one that both of your current traveling companions are very eager to take.
Okay. So I was going to ask, would they be going with us? So
yeah, they're headed straight back to Targos.
I'm down for the same rate that they are.
Yeah. Fast forwarding a little bit, you guys pass through Bryn Shander via the East Way, passing through Caer Dineval as well. Yes.
Bryn Shander is the entrance town, right?
Yes.
I would like to try to, in Bryn Shander, pawn off the clothing.
Oh yeah, you guys can absolutely do that. The clothing as well, Bryn Shander would be a pretty good place to sell off the furs if you guys were wanting to do that as well.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. You guys what all are we selling here today?
The Explorer's Kit? Or pack,
Okay,
rather?
note open here. Notepad. Explorer's Kit.
A mining pick.
Pickaxe. 2 sets of bloody winter clothes. Okay.
The teeth and all that?
Oh, yes.
Do you want to keep any of the tea? No?
You can if you want.
I would like to keep a tooth.
Okay. So that's 5 teeth and
That's plenty of
4
teeth.
claws.
And a couple pelts.
And 2 pelts. Yeah, you guys will be able to get a little bit of dosh from this. Give me just a second here to look some stuff up. Explorer's Pack. It's gonna net you assuming you're not taking anything out of it. It is essentially all intact. It's missing the rations and a couple of torches. Where is the actual price of this? You can get 5 gold pieces from the Explorer's Pack. Pickaxe. The pickaxe is pretty nice. It is of dwarven make, which is pretty well respected, and it's very notable that it is of dwarven make.
Parallel. Didn't you want to keep the axe?
The Great Axe Parallel is keeping. Great Axe Parallel has strapped to her back.
But not
Pickaxe
this.
is the dwarf's that you pulled up and stuff.
Okay, so not this one.
Yeah. You guys can get 1 gold from the pickaxe. And the teeth and teeth. And the pelts are going to sell a total of 25 gold for the whole set. There's a
31 gold.
leather worker, right?
With 3 of us, that's 10 gold apiece.
Both.
Mind if I take the excess one for the inns? 31.
And the 2 sets of winter clothing.
Just look that up.
Oh, 31 for I think it was 25 for all the stuff. The pickaxe and the explorer's packet. I had the other 6 to make it 31.
Yes.
So it's 25. That's one.
Yeah, that wasn't including the clothes.
The clothes in in the state that they're in, because they're hodgepodge together, you got enough stuff to make 2 sets of winter clothes, but they weren't 2 whole sets of winter clothes sort of thing. Because they're so bloodied and hodgepodge together, you can get 2 gold apiece off of the winter clothes sets. So that's another 4 gold for you guys.
That's 4 gold per our dragonborn friend to do with charity work.
So, if we're splitting this evenly, if we're splitting everything evenly, how much is it?
It's 35 gold total, divided by 4, or divided by 3, rather.
It'd be 11 gold for everyone with 2 gold left over. I could take 1 to accompany the ends. You could have 1 for your charity.
Sure.
It's awful reasonable. Alrighty.
I'll add 1 more gold.
Uno. You guys can do that pretty easily in Bryn Shander. There's kind of like a market square area where the buildings are very well marked in Bryn Shander. As you guys make your way back to Targos,
I'm 31 gold away from being able to copy 1 level 1 spell.
I have 21 gold.
31.
That's actually not true. I have 11 gold. I forgot.
As you guys are making your way back to Targos, making that last little jaunt there, I believe it's a 2-hour walk over to Targos. Paralo, once arriving in Targos, goes to rest at the inn and thanks you all very much and says if you're ever in the area and need something, that she'd be happy to help you. If you have any clerical needs, she doesn't have very good handwriting though. It's a little cleric humor for you guys.
Yeah, plus doctors know. How much was my share of the first job that you guys did that you had? Because I forgot about that. I didn't put that down.
It was 20.
20? Like 31 gold.
So I currently have 15 gold in total. Because you kept my portion of the gold.
Nope, you left your portion of the gold with them.
Yep.
Wait, how do I only have 19? Did I spend an inordinate amount? I don't think I did.
I'm not so sure. I'll let you guys
D&D
work that out.
bookkeeping.
D&D bookkeeping.
Woo!
Not the kind of clerical work that she's offering. She goes and gets a room for herself at the Luskan Arms.
I need to hire somebody to manage my sheet for.
She goes and gets a room at the Luskan Arms, and Garrett invites you all to come and have dinner at his house.
No, we are all perilously low on funds because, 1, we bought all the climber sets. It's 15 gold apiece, and she owes 9 to the thing that she rented out. She wants to keep it.
Oh, yeah. True that.
Gold apiece for it, right?
Yep, so I'm not
Ooh, that.
missing any money.
I started with 0 specifically.
I will pay the 9 when we get back.
Easily done. You have your very own, fully owned climbing kit.
Fantastic. I love it.
A fairly owned cleric.
Which I have 6 gold.
As you guys arrive back at Keegan and Garrett's home, Da Boy is very happy to be home, and you can definitely tell over the last couple days the kind of exhaustion has melted off of the 2 that you were traveling with, and spirits have raised fairly. Keegan and Garrett are absolutely thrilled to be reunited and invite you in for dinner.
Meanwhile, Keegan is just like looking like hell because he hasn't been able to sleep for the past week.
something like that. Keegan also, as part of your reward, pulls out a wooden box that has 3 Scrimshaw figurines, one of which he already preemptively handed you, the walrus with the words "Big Love" carved into it.
Right.
The other ones are a little bit less intense. There's a spouting whale, a smiling fox, and a pair of dancing hares are the other Scrimshaw figurines.
Oh, so there's 4 in total. Okay.
Yes, there's 4 in total.
Got it.
Spouting whale, a smiling fox, and
Pair of hares.
And a pair of dancing hares, and also gives you just a word of advice. Generally, if they don't know you, they assume you don't know what they're worth. They don't accept less than 10 gold apiece for these.
That's very useful information. Thank you. That's what I was most worried about.
And actually, if you come tomorrow to my, we have like a meeting thing. You can come. You sit in there for like an hour, and then we'll actually give you 15 gold apiece.
It's a timeshare.
Just have to come in. We'll serve breakfast and.
It's the freaking tequila room all over again. You get a little sample.
Leave your coin pouch in the end. You're not buying anything. You're here to leave with more money than you walked in with.
As you guys, I'm assuming, do you guys stay for dinner? Or yeah, okay, cool. Keegan and Garrett are both absolutely ecstatic. They're both they're giggly and very, very lovely to each other. About halfway through dinner, King's like, "Oh, I had remembered you were asking about Torg's caravan.
Yes.
They should actually be in town right now. They probably in the last couple hours, I assume they would have arrived. If there was something you guys were, I know you were interested in the soap.
True. Soap. Gonna go get me some soap.
Len nods to all his companions wordlessly.
And you guys can enjoy a nice dinner. It is some trout stew, but it is still tasty for sure.
I'm used to eating this every day of my life for all eternity. Like a nice meal with companions.
As the day or as the dinner time kind of draws to a close, it is later in the day currently. You guys are free to do what you will in Targos.
Have we long rested?
Yes, you have long rested, for sure.
Long.
If not twice.
It was like a 2-day traveling journey. So.
Yeah.
We go to visit Torg.
Okay. Moving out into the main part of Targos. You guys... I have a map.
A map. It's a map. It's not a map.
It's a map. This is Targos. Moving out towards kind of the center-ish of town. There's kind of a triangulated point between the Luskan Arms, Three Flags Sailing, and Town Hall there. That's kind of one of the more walked paths. You guys do see a currently parked outside of Three Flags Sailing. There is a cart that is unmanned. It currently has 2 large animals that look like giant kind of ostriches. You guys would actually recognize this from the pamphlet that you were reading recently as Axebeaks. They are the kind of upgrade to sled dogs that you can get in the Dale. Although they're a little bit harder to take care of than dogs, they are very effective and can fend for themselves a little bit better than even packs of dogs. And there's no people around the cart apart from one man who is wearing a vest and has his long black-gray hair back in a ponytail. It's kind of traveling down to around neck level. Black hair with streaks of white in it. And as he kind of is unloading the cart, picking up large barrels with one arm and putting them down, showing much more strength than he physically looks capable of. He kind of wipes his brow a little bit and looks up and sees you all, and it's like, "Hey, you guys are new around here." And you see his glowing, piercing blue eyes, and you guys looking to buy anything? I'm unloading right now for the boss, but
My name is Indigo.
You have killed my father.
Prepare to die.
Most notably, of course, this person is not wearing any sign of winter clothes, and is
Neela's is jaw-droppingly like out of words. What?
Kind of like walk over and start looking at. Does he have any wares set up currently?
he doesn't. He's actually just unloading a cart.
Oh.
But if you have any orders, I can see what we have.
Soap?
Yeah, we've got some soap. You'll have to be second in line after the speaker, of course. But
So I've heard.
When
Have
do
we met
you?
before?
no, I don't think so. I've been around the 10 Towns a decent amount, but
Are these your axe beaks?
they're not mine. They're the bosses.
They're beautiful.
We take good care of them.
They're strong.
They do pretty good work,
They're large.
I suppose.
When do you usually set up shop?
We don't really set up shop per se. People come in, kind of ask for stuff, and we'll see what we have. We don't really set up a market stall or anything. We drop off deliveries, and then if townsfolk have any needs, they'll go through the right channels, just talk to one of us.
And what's your name, if it isn't Boss?
Suffolk Caltra. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I give him an extra, like, trying to get him to grip me back.
He does. It's definitely he returns your strengthful grip.
Quite good handshake you have there.
I've always been strong for my size. Blessing of the frostmaiden and all that.
Oh, she makes you stronger, like bigger.
It doesn't make me too much bigger, but
How tall is he?
he is.
Human.
He's probably in the like 5'9", 5'11", just very average range.
You just like started frowning. That's a good height for a human. You leave him alone, you Goliath.
Let's see. He's dressed in a stylish vest, then matching pants and boots similar in style to those worn by members of the Southern Sword Coast. Wears no armor or cold weather clothing.
It's actually 10 foot thick. And a beanpole.
A beanpole.
Stouty for a human, huh?
I suppose. I do alright for myself.
I don't want to distract you at all. We're here to. Do you know about Torg? To make this request.
I think the boss is over at the town hall having a meeting with the speaker right now.
Do you know where they go after that, so that we can not interrupt the meeting?
Probably back to the Luskan Arms. Her and the speaker here get along pretty well. They tend to have some drinks together and spend a little time together while we're in town.
What town are you coming from?
Just came from Bridgeshannon.
I'm kind of like examining the wares, or not the wares, but like the things that he has. Like what, like not necessarily the thing, what is it, like barrels or stuff, of boxes and stuff. It's just like on a cart. Like,
yeah, so it's a large cart. It's got barrels and boxes. You see a couple of barrels that are kind of kegs that have the familiar stamp of good mead on them. You see there's some like furs that are kind of sticking out of one box, and you hear as he's still kind of on occasion whenever there's a lull, he'll like unload another box and there's like rattling of glass or something like that. Very very standard fare for the most part from what you've seen, at least what you've seen on the surface level. Just kind of stuff you would find in a general store.
Well, the my character has wisdom. I don't necessarily. And I'm trying to figure out if my idea is a good one or not. What are the names of the 3 dead people that you have in the notes?
The 3 that, like, ones that we just encountered?
No, the ones that this guy murdered.
Supposedly.
Presumably.
Allegedly.
And the locations that they were murdered in. I think one. This is an okay idea.
Victims. Icy dagger through the heart. 1 in East Haven. Halfling trapper, 2 months. Targos. Human shipbuilder, 2 weeks. Brinshander. Dwarf glassblower, 3 days.
What was the name of the dwarf glass blower?
Not sure.
Maybe our friendly DM could remind us the name of the man who died in Brinshander, because my character would remember it even if I didn't. Hello, Mr. DM. I have a question for you.
Brinshander
What is
glassblower.
What was his name? The name of the dwarven glassblower in Brinshander that died 6 days ago now. Was originally 3 days ago.
So Lynn's the dwarf someone was working with, worked as a mercenary up and down the Sword Coast looking for adventurers.
Hired him.
And an even kill bar and Nick was the bartender. But we didn't get names for the victims.
The dwarf's name was Braun.
Braun?
Braun. B-R-O-N.
Braun.
The halfling trapper. And the third victim was the shipbuilder in Targo.
So after asking him and getting his response of where he used to come from, the Brinshander, I say to him, "Oh, you were just in Brinshander. I was wondering if you could. There's a dwarven glass blower there by the name of Braun. Did you happen to see him? Do you know if he is well while you were there? I was supposed to hear from him a number of days back, and I haven't."
Moment. Dwarven ice blower. What was the name?
Braun.
Oh no, yeah, they're no longer with us.
What happened?
I think they got killed a couple weeks back.
Weeks.
I assume.
I'm looking very carefully at his personage.
Give me a insight check.
22.
Okay. You don't really see any like actual changes in his demeanor currently.
Oh, thank you for the news.
Well, it's always unfortunate to share, but happens to the best of them out here.
I have no more ideas other than following him around while he's here in the city and
exactly his other movement. Finding, watching him kill somebody, and then... Fine. So go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that's... I would like for us to go somewhere in private. We're gonna have to meet up with... You're gonna have to meet up with Tori to get some soap, right?
I don't actually need soaps, but I can.
Yeah, I'm good to part ways here.
Okay.
The old nice to meet you.
Y'all have a good one.
We're looking for opportunity, right? With this guy, we're trying to see evidence of that black ice weaponry.
Do you need any help unloading or?
I got things covered here. The boss might be hiring. She needs bodyguards on occasion. I think she had a crew fail a mission recently, and she's been a little bit short-staffed. A little on the knife's edge about it, if you ask me.
Well, thank you. I will check in with. Yeah, I hope you have a lovely day. Good day.
I mean, if the weather stays this nice. He kind of chuckles and turns back to unloading the cart.
I can't go and talk. Can't buy the soaps or question. I think I might end up with an ice dagger in me. It was my group's caravan that was struck by the avalanche, and even though it wasn't caused by us, I assume that Torg would not like seeing my face.
Isn't that a good thing, then? So I can go talk to Torg and be close to him. Rapping about soap. Sorry, her. You're right. I heard that. And you could surreptitiously walk in and not. No. Well, listen. If Sefik
couldn't kill you,
Sefik Caltro, could he kill me? With his good looks, might be. But
focus.
I don't know, he looks
What?
It's a bit intimidating.
Actually,
even for me.
This is
I'd be unsure.
This is better. If it's not Sefik, we can also figure that out. You make yourself visible to Torg. While I'm conversing, I'll be next to her. I can see how she reacts. She might send the killer after you. We don't have to do sleuthing of any kind. Otherwise, we just gotta start.
Well, she may also not know what I look like.
Okay. You have a conversation with Latin in the bar saying how you were part of a caravan. That, blah, blah, blah. And she can overhear it.
sure.
The target seems a bit, walk up to her and say,
Hit her.
Riley is, I mean, Riley deserve it, but...
I'm new to this place, so I don't necessarily know what would justify hitting her. The most that we've gotten so far is that allegedly a murderer is traveling amongst her caravan.
Is there a canonically, regional way of insulting people? Like, spitting on the floor in front of them, or something like that?
As far as
maybe you could come up with one at some point.
as far as like an Icewind Dale, like a 10-towner slang sort of thing, I would say, yeah, the biggest, most aggressive kind of insult that would be the equivalent of spitting at someone is you kick snow at their lower legs with the attempt of getting snow into their boots.
Hey.
Sorry, Fred.
Alternatively, you pour your ale on their furs.
But you will also note, depending on what you're talking about doing here, Sefik does seem to be a foreigner in.
I'm
in
less interested in Sefik's response to it, is more of Korg's response to it.
Oh, yeah.
If she insults Korg and gets Korg upset, and then
Torg.
Torg, and Torg also finds out that you were one of the, because you're like, hey, I went on your caravan ride and you screwed me over. All the rest of them died, and then you kick snow on her boots, and then she's like, kill them. But we don't have. We honestly
Does
don't
one
know.
suggest this, or is this a call-in idea?
This is the Colin idea. When you suggested Len be part of a conversation, Len said, sure. But that's it.
I think that's a good idea.
Alright, well, let's go set up at the Luskin Arms and wait or instigate if he's already there, or she's already there.
Okay. You guys can go set up at the Luskin Arms. The kind of familiar looks of this inn, and it's much more southern inspired, although Luskin is a northern city for the majority of people. For 10 towners, it is basically the deep south. The Luskin inspired architecture in here. You don't really get any action. You get a couple like darting kind of weird glances from the innkeeper. The small. You've met the innkeeper, yeah, but he's still kind of he's the balding, like fidgety, depressed man,
Weaselly.
who was actively very close to the speaker before, who also just lives here in the inn. After a little while, it is getting towards the kind of end of the night. A small retinue eventually makes their way through the front door, the head of which is the speaker, who I believe it's Maxildanar.
Yep, Maxildanar. He was on the flyer.
Honestly, if I got that name right the first try, that's pretty fucking good.
Inspiration.
Yeah, I would like to give you my inspiration back. Here you go.
Yeah, he's kind of coming in with he's got a large grin on his face, followed by the leader of the, where is it? That's that. The leader of the Targos militia, the red-skinned tiefling, with one big gold earring and full metal armor following him behind him. Behind that, you see a short, honestly a little bit younger than you expected, female dwarf, with blonde hair and like probably 3 rings on her right hand and 5 rings on her left hand. Kind of walking side by side with Maxildanar, and behind them is Sefik and 4 looking much crustier than Sefik, kind of thuggish bodyguard types that kind of come in. The 3 main ones, Maxildanar, Captain Scath, who you've probably heard his name at some point, and Torg all sit down, and the 4 bodyguards are like, "All right, boss, we're going out to get a drink. Sefik, you coming tonight?" And he's like, "No, thank you. I'm busy tonight." And the group of 5 of them leave out the door, leaving the dwarf, human, and tiefling at one of the tables next to the fireplace.
That was a lot of information.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to keep the logistics of the. Yep.
Or at a table?
Yep.
And then there are Sefik Caltro, Maxildanar, Captain Staff, and 4 bodyguards.
So Maxildanar, Captain Scath, and Torg are sitting at a table.
And they have 4 bodyguards. So
And
there's types of
4 bodyguards and Sefik, The 4 bodyguards said they're going to get drinks. Sefik says he has other plans, and that group of 5 all left.
Oh, Sefik left too.
Yes, Sefik also left.
So the leader of Torg's militia is Captain Scath.
Captain Scath is the leader of the Targos militia.
Targos militia. Sorry.
He is the one that you saw here with Max Sildanar the other day. Who was?
Yeah, I remember.
yeah.
Are you a sneaky fellow?
Yes.
I kind of like nudge. Whispering, Sefik Caltro has other plans tonight.
I use a small invitation. I send you a message. Insert your response here.
Please leave a message after the tone.
That's why I say.
Guess I don't really need the soap anyways. I walk off. Sleuth off after Sefik.
Okay. You sleuthing off after Sefik. We will get to that momentarily. What are you guys doing here at the Luskan Arms?
Still go through with the plan. I think that there's a need to.
What's the plan again?
To speak about the caravan and the incident that happened.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Going.
What if it doesn't work?
I see. Well then what are you doing the plan? We just need to do it a little bit louder. Ask me about...
Gonna go over and yell at him?
No. Just ask me about recent events. Just talk to me about what brought me here. It'll be like a date, get to know me.
What brought you here? What recent events have you been a part of?
Latin.
Have you done any caravan work recently?
Latin, yes, I have done some caravan work. I was on my way from Brunchander, and I was a part of, I was hired by possibly Torg. Never met them. I've heard that they are lovely, but...
I heard they were an asshole.
Oh. Well, I specifically, the caravan that I was a part of, out of nowhere, there was an avalanche, and it took all of us, except for me and a scrawny roommate.
And this Latin kind of goes to stand up at the table, but clumsily just knocks it into the table. The whole table kind of thud moves up. An avalanche.
You are quite an avalanche.
Just surprise face.
Goodness. Yes, it was horrific.
On your caravan from Brunchander.
Did you have something to drink? Latin.
He's constantly glancing over at the other table. No, I should get something to drink.
Torg and Max Sildanar seem to be having a conversation. The tiefling in plate armor is kind of leaned back in his chair with his hands folded in on each other and is just watching the both of you pretty intently. Max Sildanar gets up and opens up one of the windows and kind of opens up a small latch in one of the windows, and in flutters a winged snake that is carrying something in its mouth kind of flies in and wraps itself around his arm, and he's like, "Hello, little friend," and takes out a small mouse and feeds it to the snake and sits back down with Torg. The tiefling kind of gets up. You hear the clanking of his armor as he approaches towards you guys. And you folks are awful loud.
Mine is just like straight evil eye glaring.
I think it's
What do
time
you
you all
want?
found yourself a room, or maybe found a better venue for these kind of conversations.
Or what?
Who knows?
Bug off.
I'll have you know that I actually live here, unlike you guys.
So,
My speaker and our good friend Torg are trying to have a conversation. You're both loud. You need to leave.
I'm very sorry. I will get the conversation under control.
At this point, Torg also gets up. Maxildenar is kind of leaned back and it kind of has the view, the look of like someone who's the kind of, you know, that feeling when it's like someone that you know is getting ready to go start shit, and you're just like gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna watch them like go start shit. He's kind of got that look about him. And Torg gets up and kind of starts walking over to you and is like, "Were you part of that fucking caravan?
Yes, ma'am.
Lost me a lot of good money. Couldn't have done anything about that, huh?
No, ma'am.
You all know what happened to the guard that told me?" Captain Scath laughed. You don't.
No, ma'am.
You got business in town?
I do.
Who was it that hired you again?
You did.
Well, certainly not me. One of the people who was working for me, maybe.
I can't really remember their name.
Well,
I've been hired by a lot of people. Being a bodyguard, caravan guard, throwing bales of hay, etc.
sounds like boring work. Listen,
Oh.
Rohan and Heinrich were good men.
I agree, they were pleasant.
I don't know about pleasant. They were good at getting the job done.
They both jumped out to take care of the horses, and I don't know if you want to know the details.
He kind of looks down a little bit. You can kind of read some. While she was clearly agitated, has also clearly had a few at this point, and is showing a little bit more like genuine remorse than you would kind of expect out of the situation. Yeah, they were good men. It's a damn shame what happened, but sometimes it does happen. Sure you don't remember who hired you? I can have a word with them.
But I did speak with a sweet man earlier who said you might have more work. What was his name? It's Sefik Caltro.
Yeah, Sefik Caltro, one of my best.
He said for me to speak with you personally and that we could find you here. I'm pretty shaken up. I was trying to tell my new companion what recently happened. I'm still pretty shooken up over it. It's my first avalanche I've ever been in.
Well, listen. Between you and me, I don't do rehires on failed jobs.
Well, I'd like to keep
Usually, there's no one to rehire. But in this case, no hard feelings.
No hard feelings between us, but what would you have done differently?
Not my problem to worry about. That's why I hire people.
Yes, but there might be someone else who hires me in the future, seeing as I'm stuck in this wasteland. Coming from someone who has quite the experience, you make it from town to town.
Yeah, we make it from town to town.
Bremen, East Haven, Brenchanda. You're just all over the place, which is impressive.
Now we gotta get goods around.
But what do you do when an avalanche comes?
Stay away from the mountains.
Well, if you're going to Brenchanda,
Yeah, stay away from the mountains.
tricks of the trade, I bet.
Listen, if you don't want to get attacked by Yetis, you don't go out in a snowstorm. You don't want to get caught in an avalanche, stay away from the mountains. You don't want to drown in a lake, stay off the lake.
Thank you for the advice.
Best advice I can give you, hire someone to do it instead. Works 9 times out of 10. He kind of like eyes you up and down, and turns around and goes sit back.
Being buried alive. Yeah. Sweet brothers.
And she turns around and returns to the sitting next to the table with Max Sildinar. Scath, however, is still standing in the same spot, as I was saying, and gestures towards the door.
I look at the innkeep. You have any rooms?
We have rooms.
About to set something up.
Can do. You can set up a series of rooms for you guys, and be good to go on that front. I need to remember.
Just like get up from the table and that kind of like I just like stand, just like tower over the top of this tiefling.
He does not break his gaze and is non-verbally, you can tell, like this guy is very, very confident and is very much like standing his ground. He doesn't see you as being larger than him.
Since you're hunched over, why don't you try standing up straight?
I spit on the ground on the floor in front of him and give him one last like glare and walk over to the front counter with
Okay. You guys can arrange for some rooms. Meanwhile, you are tailing Sefik Kaltra.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a stealth roll, just as a preliminary thing.
This is my inspiration.
Okay. That's what it's here for.
It's one gonna be better.
18.
18. That's not bad. Okay. So, as you're following Sefik Kaltra around, he... Let's see. He follows the group of 4 more thuggish, ruggish guys to the 3 Flag Sailing, where they all go in for some drinks. Sefik goes over to the 2 carts that have the axe beaks on them, and he takes the axe beaks over to the like stable area and unhooks them off of their harnesses, walks them into a stable. And you don't see what's happening inside the stable currently, unless you would like to try to get closer to actually find it, or actually look inside. Once inside the stable, he's in there for probably over the course of like 30 minutes or so before he leaves again.
Well, if it's going to be that long, I'll probably just get to a better vantage point to see if I can see inside the stable at some point. Not be close, but just so I can watch.
Yeah, you can get to where you can have a good vantage on like the entrance area. Over the course of the next 30 minutes or so, you don't really see too much movement happening. The doors of the stable are closed, although you have a good shot at where, if he was to leave, where he would be leaving from. And then you see him leave. Now, at this point, it's getting to the point where you would consider it late. The shops are kind of closing down and everything like that. You guys had already had dinner before any of this started. Sefik leaves and carefully closes the door behind him. You see him kind of checking the area around before he starts walking towards the south portion of town.
I get chased.
Okay. You kind of make your way, darting behind some buildings. There's a couple of situations where Sefik, as he's kind of crossing back across the Three Flags sailing, the guys who, a couple of the drunk people of his caravan kind of stumble out of the bar and bump into him, and he just kind of like shoves them back and keeps pretty determinedly walking towards the southern portion of town. He eventually takes a hard right into sort of this. He's sort of you were kind of up here at a stable, and then he walked down, kind of had a little bit of a mini scuffle with these guys, and then he takes a hard right into this like residential area towards the general store.
Okay.
Continuing to follow. Go ahead and give me either an investigation or you can choose between investigation, survival, or perception, as you're like kind of you're following and tracking and doing all that.
I'm gonna do the investigation. We're sleuthing. 13.
13. Okay. Following as many context clues as you can, and kind of like doing a little bit of the Sherlock Holmesy. You're trying to pre-map where he might be going, but there's a certain point where he turns a corner and then ducks somewhere, and you actually lose track of him. It's basically he turns down this way, and then he kind of walks in towards here, and then when you turn the corner, he's no longer there.
I will with hood up, like it's first. You probably can't tell that it's me unless he gets close. I'll just casually walk down the street that I last saw him on.
Okay.
Trying to be wary of.
Yeah, you start walking down the street that you saw him on, and looking around in that area. It's kind of a back alley. All of these houses in this block are all abandoned, and there doesn't seem to be any trace of him in this area anymore.
Okay. Actually, I light a torch, and then I start walking. Like, I take a different path back, but going back towards the Luscanon.
Okay. Start heading back towards... What?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Starting to head back towards the Luscan Arms. You make it back without incident. Getting back to Luscan Arms. When you get there, the scene that these guys were interacting with is already concluded. Torg as well as Maxildenar are all out of the inn currently.
Not quite checking in on the inn though. Like I get back there and see if I was approached, and having not, I then snuff the torch again, and then I go towards the stable.
Okay. Snuff the torch and heading back to the stable. Let's see here. Hi, pup. Yeah, you take a little bit of extra time walking back up towards the stable. When you get there, you do see that there are some torches lit inside.
Okay. People present?
There are no people on the outside of the stable. You just see the torchlight coming in or pouring out of the windows currently. This is like kind of more of a closed barn situation. Okay. Yeah.
I attempt to walk in.
Okay. Walking in to the actual stable, you slide open the barn-style doors, and looking in, you see a couple of dogs. Nothing. No dogs that are quite as big as Boy is, as well as the two axe beaks. They're kind of in the back corner, and laying in the middle of the barn, kind of on a pile of hay, is Sefik Caltro, and he's just seems to be asleep with his hands up behind his head and leaning back in just on the ground in a pile of hay. Doesn't seem to react to you coming in.
Away in the manger.
The thing is, I didn't have my thing. Asleep on the hay. What do you art do?
I just take approach. I'll casually walk up and see if there's anything that he's kind of like left in the open, I guess, without trying to disturb the situation, to see if there's anything that would lead to implication from what we know of the investigation so far. Kind of a long shot. I'm not too inquisitive on it. I'm looking for can I peer in the back of the caravan?
Okay.
Is it easy to see? Is there anything left out that would be incriminating?
Go ahead. Give me an investigation check. As you're kind of looking around this
17.
barn. 17. You don't necessarily spot anything particularly suspicious. As you're kind of slowly walking around, looking things up and down, you do hear a voice after a small amount of time. Sefik has awoken, and he hasn't moved from his position, laying in the hay, and he's like, "You're not going to find any ledgers of the murders or anything over there, you know."
Ledgers of murders? What murders?
The murders. Listen, your friend is big, but he's not exactly subtle. The answer to your question is yes. It was me that did it. And he kind of stands up a little bit, dusts some of the hay off of his clothes.
Your particular reason
Well,
why?
Well, shit. I mean, that all our sleuthing, and he just fucking goes and tells us about it.
Ego on you? Why?
They were dodging the sacrifice.
Oh.
How about this? I can explain things better, but for your sake, probably don't want Torg getting involved in anything.
Sure. Explain away.
Why don't you and your friends meet me outside of town? Just a little bit south of the main gate.
This is for the premise of you explaining things. I'm gonna be honest with you. We were approached. It was kind of dodgy, and I seek information before making action. And I'm not necessarily here to play the long game.
That's certainly fair.
Just what's on the table.
You and your friends can meet me outside of town. I can explain things there, and hopefully we can come to an understanding.
Perfect. Through forced ignorance, I walk away from the stable.
Sefik kind of sits back down and watches you leave, and you presumably make your way towards the Luskan Arms to warn your friends or tell them of the arranged
remote part of town and scream like a pansy.
You go out there to meet with him, but it's just you and the friend left behind, and he murders you, and then
I'm here for my sacrifice. I was chosen.
That will be a perfect time for us to end the session. We're right around the ending of the session time. Is there something else you wanted to add?
Do we just get like, catch me outside? How about that?
He's like, catch me outside of the bag. I've got a milkshake. It's bringing you to my yard.
You guys.
Basically, Sefik has said that he did commit the murder, and to meet him outside of town, he'll explain everything. And it's in everyone's best interest that Torg doesn't get involved.
Yeah, one thing
Yes.
that I missed on our journey down to Brunchander here, or back to Tartarus rather.
Yes.
At any point, I would have, during our resting, identified the potion.
Yes, there's a potion of invisibility.
That would have been useful for tracking Seven Caltrow.
Could have used that for a little bit more effectiveness.
Nice.
Hey, still good, still good. All right, that's where we're gonna end it. Next time we will have a little one-on-one with Sefik Caltro and see what his whole deal is. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We are here every Sunday. We'll be back next Sunday. We're gonna find a little raid target.
Yeah, stay with us
Hang
and
out
come say
for a
hi to
moment.
some wonderful peeps.
A wonderful D&D and community and connected individuals here.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tuning in.
Bye.